Chapter 1441. After spending 3 months, Yi Qin passed through the 5th underground floor protected by the law of wind guards. After spending a year, Yi Qin passed through the 6th underground floor protected by the law of poison guards. After spending 5 years, Yi Qin passed through the 7th underground floor protected by the law of bones guards. After reaching the 8th underground floor, Yi Qin was finally stuck, although there were fewer law guards the further down he went, and it was usually a one-on-one battle. The law guards on the 8th underground floor were Law of Shadows guards. Even in a one-on-one battle, Yi Qin would find it difficult to defeat them. The Law of Shadows guards were shadows. This shadow could be illusory and no attack would be able to hit it. It could also be solid and release sharp attacks. In order to defeat the Law of Shadows guards, one had to attack when the opponent was in a solid state. Otherwise, even if the attack was 10 times stronger, it would be useless. Facing the elusive Law of Shadows guards, Yi Qin did not dare to be careless. He was in his most cautious state at all times. The extreme pressure turned into extreme motivation. Coupled with the numerous God Force crystals in his body, Yi Qin's cultivation finally broke through to the quasi-demigod level. His martial Yuan Shen became a quasi-gold Yuan Shen with a faint golden color. The moment he broke through, Yi Qin could clearly feel that his senses and reaction speed had greatly increased. The originally indistinct Law of Shadows guards were no longer as elusive as before. It was as if he could grasp their every move. Qi, a sword flower, lit up in the void. Yi Qin's sword pierced through the throat of a Law of Shadows guard. How profound! As expected of a quasi-gold Yuan Shen. Yi Qin's eyes lit up. At this moment, not only had his battle prowess greatly increased, but his senses and reaction speed had also reached a limit. It was as if he had the ability to predict. The moment his opponent turned solid, he stabbed his sword at his opponent's vitals, killing him in one hit. If it was before, he would not have been able to find or grasp this opportunity. Qi, Qi, Qi. After becoming a quasi-demigod, the Law of Shadows guards were no longer a match for Yi Qin. Soon, Yi Qin passed through the 8th underground floor. Then the 9th floor, the 10th floor, the 11th floor, the 12th floor. Yi Qin was like a hot knife through butter, rushing to the 13th underground floor in one breath. The ones guarding the 13th underground floor were the Darkness Elemental Guards. The Darkness Elemental Guards were one of the top elemental guards, not something that powerful elemental guards could compare to. At this moment, there were more than 10 cosmic life forms trapped on this floor. They were heaven-defying sovereigns and mid-level demigods. These cosmic life forms were much stronger than the previous Yi Qin. Yi Qin guessed that these people must have arrived a long time ago because he had never seen any of them before. The 13th underground floor was different from the previous floors. There were many stairways here, and in front of each stairway was a Law of Darkness guard. If one wanted to enter the next floor, they only needed to kill one of the Law of Darkness guards. Of course, although one only needed to kill one Law of Darkness guard, the difficulty was definitely 100 or even 1,000 times higher than the 12th underground floor. Without sufficient strength, one might be trapped here forever like these people. Not in a hurry, Yi Qin observed the battle between the Law of Darkness guard and these cosmic life forms for a while. Yi Qin discovered that the Law of Darkness guard had 2 extremely terrifying abilities. One was to transform into darkness, rendering attacks ineffective just like the Law of Shadows guard. The other was to contain a suction force. Moves and techniques are already useless. Only absolute strength is the most reliable. Yi Qin frowned. The Law of Darkness guard was too powerful. If he wanted to defeat it, his attack had to reach a certain level, just like light supremacy or thunder tusk supremacy. Billowing sword. Yi Qin used a killing move right off the bat. A surging wave of sword light blasted toward the Law of Darkness guard. Hua! The Law of Darkness guard instantly transformed into darkness. The surging wave of sword light entered the darkness and disappeared without a sound. The next moment, darkness condensed, and the law of darkness guard grabbed at Yi Qin. Its palm contained an extremely powerful suction force, as if the universe was about to be destroyed and enter the great dark age. I don't believe you can withstand many billowing sword attacks. Yi Qin used the billowing sword again and again. The law of wind in the firmament sword increased his sword speed, and his attack frequency more than doubled. 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. Gradually, Yi Qin discovered that the law of darkness guard strength was weakening. 5 years had passed, and the law of darkness guard finally shattered, unable to condense again. He turned his head to look at the others. A few cosmic life forms had disappeared, and a few new faces had appeared. They were probably the same as him and had made it through. Of course, they might have died in the hands of the law of darkness guard. 14th underground floor. The law of light guard. The law of light guard strength was much higher than the law of darkness guards. Not only could it transform into light, but its movement and attack speed were also quite fast. It was a great threat. Here, Yi Qin saw Supremacy Thundertusk. In addition, he also saw 7 other cosmic life forms, 3 heaven-defying supremes, and 4 mid-level demigods. Supremacy Thundertusk was indeed an existence second only to the 5 supremes. His attack power was very terrifying. Yi Qin estimated that he might not be afraid of Supremacy Thundertusk, but he was definitely not a match for Supremacy Thundertusk. After all, there was a natural gap. Thundertusk comprehended the law of thunder, while Yi Qin comprehended the law of water. Apart from Supremacy Thundertusk, the other 3 heaven-defying supremes could not be underestimated. They all comprehended powerful laws, namely the law of wind, the law of ice, and the law of blood. As for the 4 mid-level demigods, they were even more terrifying. Their foundations were too deep, and they were not afraid of the law of light guard's attack at all. Yi Qin did not see Supremacy Thundertusk, and he guessed that he must have made it through this floor. After all, the strength of the 5 supremes was publicly acknowledged. Only by facing the top laws would one know how powerful they were. Haha, everyone, I'll make a move first. Supremacy Thundertusk slashed open the law of light guard's body, stepped into the stairway, and disappeared. Damn it, the next floor will definitely have god blood and law fragments. Die. The remaining cosmic life forms were all anxious, especially the 4 mid-level demigods. Being able to reach this step, they were all experts among the mid-level demigods. The 5 supremes might be stronger than them, but it would be extremely difficult to kill them. If they could get their hands on the god blood, their strength would undergo a qualitative change. They might even become powerful demigods in an instant and comprehend laws. The martial primordial spirit of a mid-level demigod was a gold primordial spirit, and it had reached the mid-level gold stage. Once it went berserk, there would be turbulent energy waves everywhere. Finally, a mid-level demigod passed this floor and also entered the stairway. I can only take it one step at a time. Yi Qin chuckled bitterly. He had made multiple breakthroughs, and his power had improved by leaps and bounds. But there would always be someone more powerful than him. It would not be easy to get a share from so many powerful warriors. Of course, it was also impossible for Yi Qin to back off. After all, he had already come this far. Fortunately, his cultivation had reached the quasi-demigod level, and he had some ability to protect himself when facing a terrifying existence like Supremacy Thundertusk. Chapter 1442. It took Yi Qin 10 years to defeat the law of light protector. At this moment, the number of people on the 14th underground floor had increased to 10. There were 5 heaven-defying supremes and 5 mid-level demigods. Whoosh! With a flash, Yi Qin entered the stairway and headed to the next floor. 15 floors underground. A ball of blood floated in the air, slowly spinning and wriggling, emitting a supreme aura. Before this aura, Yi Chan felt as if his breathing had stopped. From the outside to the inside, from his body to his soul, there wasn't a single part of him that wasn't suppressed. The entire 15th floor seemed to have turned into a world of mercury, incomparably heavy. Divine blood. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. The blood of a true god was extremely precious, and there were only two ways to obtain it. First, the true god would voluntarily or be forced to separate the god's blood. Second, when a true god died, the god's blood would scatter everywhere. If one could refine a drop of god's blood, the effect would definitely be greater than 100,000 or even 1,000,000 divine power crystals. If the god's blood made Yi Chen extremely excited, then the nomological fragments around the god's blood also made Yi Chen extremely tempted. There were 15 law fragments around the god's blood. They were metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, poison, white bone, shadow, darkness, and light. The law of metal fragment was a metal ball the size of a longan. It emitted a faint golden light. The golden light was not dazzling, but it gave off an extremely sharp feeling. It was as if being illuminated by the golden light would immediately blind one's eyes. The fragment of the law of wood was a thumb-sized seed. The seed was emerald green and brimmed with endless vitality. The space around the seed was affected by this vitality. Hundreds of flowers bloomed and vegetation grew. The law of water fragment was the size of a fist, and it was a ball of water. Looking at the ball of water, Yi Chan felt as if he had arrived at a boundless sea of chaos. The waves surged violently, and the waves covered the sky, causing one to feel insignificant. The law of fire fragment was a cluster of flames. The fragment of the law of earth was an irregular piece of yellow soil, thick and boundless. The wind law fragment was a powerful hurricane, more than 10 times larger than the one absorbed by the firmament sword. The law of poison fragment was a drop of purplish-black poison. The white bone law fragment was a piece of white bone that seemed to have grown out of the void. The fragment of the law of shadow was faintly discernible. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. The law of thunder fragment was a lightning mark. From time to time, it would release lightning and thunder, rumbling and flashing. The law of darkness fragment was pure darkness, a darkness that devoured everything. The light law fragment was a dazzling light that repelled all impurities. It wasn't as deep as the darkness, but it was more tyrannical and pure. At the moment, 5 people had arrived on the 15th underground floor. They were 3 heaven-defying supremes and 2 mid-level demigods. The 3 heaven-defying supremes were Supreme Radiant, Supreme Thunderfang, and a Supreme covered in white bones. Of the 2 mid-level demigods, one was short and had goat horns, and the other was a 3-headed, 6-armed ancient life form of the universe. Supremacy Light was absorbing the law of light fragments. Supremacy Thunderfang was absorbing the law of thunder fragments, and the other Supremacy Heaven-defying was absorbing the law of white bone fragments. Based on their speed, it would take them at least 1,000 years to completely absorb the law of light fragments. After all, the law of light fragments here were simply too big. As for the 2 mid-level demigods, they were absorbing the god's blood. They could only absorb a bit of God's blood at a time, and this bit of God's blood was just a drop in the ocean compared to the total amount of God's blood. Yi Chen's arrival did not cause any commotion. The 5 of them did not even look at Yi Chen. There was no need to engage in a meaningless fight. Law of water fragment. Yi Chen stared at the fist-sized law of water fragment. This law of water fragment was too big. It was dozens of times bigger than the one Yi Chen had absorbed before. It was sparkling and translucent, emitting a lustrous glow. After absorbing this fragment of the law of water, my law of water will increase by at least 10 times. Dozens of times the power of the water rule. This was not a dozen times increase in battle prowess, but tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of times. His battle prowess would probably soar directly to the level of a high-level demigod. Of course, Whether he could completely absorb it was another matter. No one knew how much power of the law a heaven-defying supreme could have. Floating up, Yi-Chen slowly approached the fragment of the law of water. Splash! The law of water sensed Yi-Chen's approach, and a wave of water rippled over, enveloping Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen realized that after his cultivation broke through to the quasi-demigod level, the power of the law of water had doubled. It was much easier for him to absorb the law of water fragment, and it did not cause much repulsion or resistance. Bit by bit, Yi-Chen slowly absorbed the power of the law of water fragment. 20 years passed. 50 years passed. During this period, Honorable Light opened his eyes once and frowned. He had been here for more than 100 years, but the power of the law of light he absorbed was very little. As time passed, the power of the law of light he could absorb was also decreasing. 100 years passed. Honorable Light stopped absorbing the power of the law of light. He could no longer absorb the power of the law of light. His martial yuan spirit had reached its limit. If it was not for the divine force crystal in his body, he would not be able to fight for a long time. Otherwise, his martial yuan spirit would collapse and he would die from the power of the law of light. Since I can't absorb the power of the law of light, I'll absorb the god's blood first. To Honorable Light, the god's blood was also very important. He might be able to use the god's blood to become an elementary demigod. Once he became an elementary demigod, his strength would definitely be among the powerful demigods, or even stronger. Who is it? Seeing that someone came to absorb the god's blood, the two mid-level demigods quickly looked over. Me? Why would I have an opinion? Honorable Light glanced at the two of them. These two mid-level demigods were definitely powerful mid-level demigods. After absorbing so much God's blood, they should have gained a lot of benefits. So it's Honorable Light. The two of them did not dare to offend Honorable Light, so they closed their eyes again. On the 150th and 180th years, the skeleton covered Honorable against heaven, and Honorable Thunder Tooth stopped absorbing the power of the law of light and started absorbing the god's blood. The two mid-level demigods did not say anything, as they felt that the two of them were not to be trifled with. On the 200th year, on the 300th year, on the 500th year, what surprised the five was that Yi-Chen had been absorbing the power of the law of light. His soul and martial yuan spirit seemed to have no limit. Could it be that his absorption is very slow? No, the fragment of the law of light has shrunk quite a bit, but his absorption speed is not slow at all. Even Yi-Chen himself could not understand why he could continue absorbing. One must know that when he first started to comprehend the power of the law of light, he had also suffered from the backlash of the power of the law of light, and he did not dare to use it too much. On the 700th year, Yi-Chen finally could not continue absorbing the power of the law of light. His soul and martial yuan spirit had reached a saturation state and could no longer withstand the more powerful power of the law of light. Naturally, Yi-Chen turned his gaze to the god's blood. Chapter 1443. The amount of god's blood was sufficient. The five of them had not finished absorbing it even after such a long time. There was still more than half left. God's blood contains the essence of a true god's god power. Whether or not I can become a primary demigod in the primal chaos battlefield depends on it. Yi-Chen was very clear that there would be more experts in the primal chaos battlefield in the later stages. This was because the vast primal chaos battlefield could not only have one god's relic. There would definitely be other gods' relics or opportunities. If you did not improve, others would. Don't think that the five supremes were very powerful. As long as one of them became a primary demigod, the five supremes would have to step aside. Of course, it was also possible for the five supremes to become primary demigods. At that time, no one would be able to defeat them. Yi-Chen did not wish to die in the primal chaos battlefield and become someone else's stepping stone. Therefore, he had to seize every opportunity to strengthen himself. As long as he was the strongest, the primal chaos battlefield would be like his backyard. Only he could kill others and no one would be able to kill him. In this way, it would be much easier to find Su Jing and Morong Qingqing. The legendary Heaven Realm should be filled with dangers. It is imperative to become a primary demigod. Besides the primal chaos battlefield, the legendary Heaven Realm also made Yi Qin feel a bit of pressure. It was not wrong to work hard to improve his strength. Seeing Yi Chen looking at the god's blood, the two mid-level demigods were a bit anxious. They were mid-level demigods. The amount of god's blood they needed to become advanced demigods was far more than what the Supremes needed to become primary demigods. However, these Supremes were not ordinary people. The speed at which they absorbed the god's blood was very fast. It was almost 1% of what they needed. Don't think that 1% was a lot. In fact, if converted into years, it might be hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. With one more Yi Qin, they would have to cultivate for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. Honorable light, the amount of God's blood is limited. If you Supremes want to become primary demigods, it will be much harder than ordinary demigods to become primary demigods. A mid-level demigod transmitted his voice to Honorable Light. Supremacy of Light sneered, "You want to kill me with a borrowed knife?" Yi Chen had been absorbing water law fragments for a total of 700 years. No one present dared to say that they could kill Yi Chen. Even the Light Overlord did not have the confidence to do so. Although the water law was a fundamental law, the more one comprehended it, the more terrifying it would be. His light law was inferior to Yi Chen's water law in terms of realm. You've misunderstood. We just want to cooperate with you and get rid of this brat first. Then, we'll get rid of Tiger Fong Sovereign and Bone Devil Sovereign, another mid-level demigod explained. Oh. The Exalt of Light's expression did not change as he sent a voice transmission. The two of you are mid-level demigods and have absorbed much more god blood than us exalted, heaven-defying exalts. Why don't I choose to work with the three of them to deal with the two of you? Haha, Honorable Radiant. Even though you are one of the 5 honorables, it would still be difficult for you to kill a mid-level demigod, let alone me and battle Sage Liaoqin. That's right. We, mid-level demigods, have rich sources. Our foundation is more than 10,000 times that of you exalted, heaven-defying exalts. If you want to kill us, you have to be many times stronger than us. Of these 2 mid-level demigods, one was the ancient hoof battle sage from the Earth-Piercer cosmos, and the other was the ancient multiverses battle sage Liaoqin. Both of them were experts among mid-level demigods. In a one-on-one situation, they were indeed inferior to the Exalt of Light and perhaps even Tiger Fong Sovereign. However, it was almost impossible for the two of them to kill them. Even if they stood still and did not put up any defense, it would still take a long time for them to be killed. This was the terror of mid-level demigods. You guys are very confident. However, what you said makes sense. Thinking about how difficult it was to kill mid-level demigods, the Exalt of Light frowned. Several thousand years ago, he had chased after an ordinary mid-level demigod. His strength was many times stronger than his opponent, but he still failed to kill him after several years. Perhaps he could have killed him if he had spent a little more time, but he was impatient. It was too much of a waste of time. Killing a mid-level demigod was not worth it. The ancient Hoof Battle Sage and Liaoqin Battle Sage before him were not ordinary mid-level demigods. The difficulty of killing them was more than 10,000 times higher. However, this person has absorbed the law of water fragment for 700 years. I wonder what level his strength has reached. Thinking of Yi Chen, the Exalt of Light felt some regret. If he had known that Yi Chen had such amazing potential, he would have killed Yi Chen long ago. At that time, killing Yi Chen would not require much effort. Exalt of Light, what are you afraid of? Even if we can't kill him, he can't do anything to us. We won't know until we try. All right. The Exalt of Light agreed. Just as the ancient hoof battle sage had said, he might not be able to do anything to Yi Chen, but Yi Chen would not be able to do anything to him either. The power of the law of light was not only reflected in combat strength. In addition to communicating with the exalt of light, the ancient hoof battle sage and Liaoqian battle sage had also informed the tiger Fang supremacy and the bone demon supremacy. The bone demon supremacy had agreed, but the tiger Fang supremacy had not. After this person is dead, it might be my turn. The tiger Fang supremacy sneered in his heart. He planned to help Yi Chen when he could no longer hold on, not for others, but for himself. Yi Chen did not seem to notice the four's strangeness. He rapidly approached the god blood, ready to take a share. Brat, get lost. At this time, the ancient hoof battle sage, Liaoqian battle sage, the exalt of light, and the bone demon supremacy launched a joint attack at Yi Chen. The ancient hoof battle sage sent out countless hoof prints, each one seemingly engraved in the void. The exalt of light's 6 arms each slashed out a flaming saber light. The exalt of light's attack was the most magnificent, like a sun, shooting countless rays of light at Yi Chen. The bone demon supremacy put his hands together and separated, shooting countless bone spears at Yi Chen. In the current primal chaos battlefield, the 4 were undoubtedly the top and most terrifying characters. If the 4 of them joined forces to attack one person, then that person would die without a doubt. Facing this desperate situation, Yi Chen's eyes were solemn but also excited. After absorbing the law of water fragment for 700 years, he did not know what level his strength had reached. This was the perfect opportunity. However, he did not dare to be careless. Once he could no longer hold on, he would immediately leave and give up on the god blood. It's not certain who will get lost. With a roar, Yi Chen turned into a waterman. Shortly after, the waterman stirred up monstrous waves that swept in all directions, submerging more than half of the 15th floor. The rumbling waves caused the 15th floor to slightly tremble, as if a peerless beast was about to awaken. As soon as the ancient hoof battle sages' hoof prints fell into the water, their speed sharply decreased and they lost more than half of their power. Liaoqian battle sages' flaming saber light gradually extinguished, emitting a faint glow. The bone demon supremacy's bone spear was very sharp, piercing through 90% of the waves and almost hitting Yi Chen. As for the exalt of light's light ray, it was the most terrifying, almost piercing through the waves in an instant. However, it was ultimately blocked by Yi Chen's firmament sword. What? The 4 were shocked. This was their strongest attack, but it could not do anything to Yi Chen. Chapter 1444. Take a strike from me, as well. After blocking out the combined attack of the 4, Yi Chen took a deep breath and threw out a wavy sword attack toward the 4 of them. That aggressive wave of sword light almost reached the 4 of them within a second. Puff! Liaoqian battle sage and bone devil sovereign each spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back in a sorry state. Light sovereign was indeed one of the 5 sovereigns. Although his law of light was not as strong as Yi Chen's law of water, he still blocked Yi Chen's attack without taking a step back. His body emitted endless radiance. Damn it! Liaoqian battle sage and ancient hoof battle sage had ugly expressions. Yi Chen's strength was beyond their expectations. He was definitely at the level of light sovereign. He was not someone that could be defeated with numbers. None of them are to be trifled with. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. Although the power of that strike was dispersed, it was not too much. Not to mention light sovereign. The other 3 only spat out a mouthful of blood. In a one-on-one fight, Yi Chen was confident that he could suppress them, but it would be difficult to kill them. Everyone, I'll take it as a joke. Let's mind our own business from now on. Yi Chen said. Continuing to fight was not beneficial to anyone. All right, we were the villains. Light Sovereign admitted his mistake and continued to absorb the god blood. Humph! Liaoqian Battle Sage and Ancient Hoof Battle Sage snorted and returned to their original positions. Bone, Devil Sovereign chuckled. As if nothing had happened just now, his expression unchanged. Brother, I am Tiger Fong Sovereign. I admire you. Tiger Fong Sovereign transmitted his voice to Yi Qin. I am Sword Sovereign Green Lotus. Yi Qin, who was absorbing the first strand of God blood, replied, Sword Sovereign Green Lotus, there is still 80 to 90% of the God blood left. It may help one or more of us break through. Since we are alone, why don't we work together? Once I break through to elementary demigod, I will protect you. On the other hand, when you break through to elementary demigod, you must protect me. Of course, this is only a suggestion. The decision is up to you. Tiger Fong Sovereign said, No problem. Yi Chen had a good impression of the Tiger Fong Sovereign. At the very least, the Tiger Fong Sovereign did not attack him. Brother, you're really straightforward. Tiger Fong revealed a faint smile. Yi Chen was much more straightforward than he had imagined. What was divine power? Divine power was the combination of all types of power, excluding the power of laws. Divine power contained energy, heart force, willpower, domain, and so on. The more powerful one's divine power was, the more powerful one's strength would be. It could be said that after becoming a powerful demigod, the strength of a powerful demigod would be judged by divine power and the power of laws. There was nothing else. The blood of a true god was a treasure of heaven and earth. It contained the purest divine power. Unfortunately, other than powerful demigods, no one could directly convert the ownerless divine power into their own divine power. Most people below the level of a powerful demigod could only use the ownerless divine power to increase their own cultivation. They could not convert it directly, and there would definitely be a lot of waste in the process. After continuously absorbing the god blood, Yi Chen gradually understood the profoundness of divine power. This kind of power was definitely the ultimate power, the most violent power. However, the power of laws was different. It was the power of rules, the way to use power. It was like a technique that could increase the power of one's power by many times. So that's how it is. One of the requirements to condense divine power is to have the light of the soul. Above the heart sword realm was the sword of the soul, which was also the light of the soul. Only the light of the soul could control all kinds of power and condense divine power. Otherwise, divine power would easily collapse and be unable to be preserved. After understanding a part of the profoundness of divine power, Yi Chen's horizons had been broadened. A part of the obstacles to cultivation also seemed to have disappeared. Crackle! In the process of absorbing the god blood, Yi Chen's spirit body continued to improve, from mid-rank 9 to late rank 9. His strength increased greatly, and his body seemed to have endless power. This was different from Sword Yuan. The two were different kinds of power, and they would both become a part of divine power in the future and have their own uses. Other than that, Yi Chen's Green Lotus sword domain realm was also slowly improving, from early rank 9 to mid-rank 9. In fact, the reason why Yi Chen improved so quickly was because his foundation was weak and he hadn't reached a very high realm. On the other hand, the light supremacy and the others had already reached a very high realm in all aspects, so they couldn't improve much in a short period of time. The only improvement they could make was a breakthrough in their cultivation and becoming a low-rank demigod. Pop! Finally, Yi Chen's Green Lotus sword domain broke through from early rank 9 to mid-rank 9, and his strength improved again. Of course, Yi Chen also knew that although the Green Lotus sword domain had improved by a level, it wasn't very useful. At the current stage, his opponents were all terrifying people, and the mid-rank 9 sword domain could only cancel out the opponent's domain. At most, it could suppress it slightly, but it wouldn't have much of an impact. The key was still to rely on absolute strength. However, if the Green Lotus sword domain could break through to late rank 9, he would be able to easily suppress others. He had to take it step by step. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed, and there was still 60 to 70% of the god blood left. During this period, a dozen people had made it from the 14th underground floor to the 15th underground floor. Unfortunately, they were very unlucky, and they were killed by Yi Chen's group of 6 before they could even absorb the fragments of the laws. They didn't want to let others have a share, and they didn't want to raise a tiger that would bring them trouble. After all, once one absorbed a large amount of the laws, it would be very hard to kill them. Yi Chen was a living example. Another 1,000 years had passed, and there was still half of the god blood left. Haha, how can I miss out on absorbing the god blood? On this day, a figure came from the 14th underground floor to the 15th floor. It was a heaven-defying supreme, filled with endless death aura, and his eyes were emitting a frightening light. The dead supreme. The light supremacy revealed a look of fear. The dead supreme was one of the 5 supremacies, and what he comprehended was the death law, which was one of the top laws like the light law. Moreover, from the looks of it, he should have obtained a lot of benefits in other places. The death aura was extremely dense, and his realm was no lower than the light supreme. Let's deal with him together. The light supremacy suddenly said, "All right." Everyone, including Yi Chen, agreed one after another. Kill. The 6 of them unleashed a powerful attack, blasting at the dead supreme. Hee, you want to kill me? In your next life, I comprehended the death law, and I'm already in a state of death. How can you kill me? The dead supreme did not care about the attack that was blasting at him, and he took it head on. In this way, the dead supreme also joined the ranks of absorbing the god blood, and the number of people became 7 from 6. On the 4th 1,000 years, only 40% of the god blood was left, and the battle broke out again. This time, it was Yi Chen's group of 5 against the ancient Hoof Battle Sage and the Burning Sky Battle Sage. The main reason was that the 2 absorbed the god blood too quickly. The 5 decided to spend some time to kill the 2, even if it took them 1 or 2,000 years. Chapter 1445. Do you really think we're pushovers that you can bully? Humph! Since you want to expel us, then don't even think about absorbing the divine blood. The 2 were fearless. They had absorbed most of the divine blood, and their cultivation had improved rapidly. Their gold primordial spirits had reached the peak of mid-stage, which was many times stronger than before. Kill. Supremacy of light was the first to attack the 2. Countless rays of light shot out. PFFF, PFFF. The 2 retreated with difficulty, blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. Supremacy of light's attacks were very domineering. Each ray of light was extraordinarily powerful. They had no way to fight back. The sovereign of the dead's attack was much more bizarre. He rubbed his hands together, and thousands of poisonous snakes made of black mist pounced at the Greenhoof Battle Sage and Scorching Sky Battle Sage, leaving shallow marks on their bodies. These shallow marks were like living creatures, slowly wriggling and absorbing the vitality and aura of the 2. Of course, mid-level demigods were mid-level demigods. With a flash of light, all the shallow marks disappeared as if they had never existed. The sovereign of the dead was not surprised by this. The ancient Hoof War Sage and the Burning Sky War Sage were peak mid-level demigods. Other than high-level demigods, no one could easily kill them. It would take a long time to kill them. Whoosh! If supremacy of light's attacks were domineering and supremacy of the dead strange, then Yi Chen's attacks were mighty and endless. In terms of offensive power, even Light Supreme was inferior to Yi Chen. In the void, the blue sword light converged to form an ocean wave that battered ancient Hoof Battle Saint and Burning Sky Battle Saint, forcing them to retreat without a trace of power to counterattack. As for Tiger Fong and Bone Devil, they were much weaker than the 3, but they could more or less exhaust the ancient Hoof War Saint and Scorching Sky War Saint's origin energy. Their usefulness was not to be underestimated. After 100 years, The Ancient Hoof War Saint and Scorching Sky War Saint's auras had weakened significantly. Damn it. After 100 years of beating, the Ancient Hoof Battle Saint's eyes were almost spewing fire. I'll let you be arrogant for now. Let's see how long you can keep attacking. Scorching Sky Battle Saint said fiercely. After 1,000 years, the two's auras had weakened by more than 30%. It's actually so hard to kill. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, Yi Chen and the others were still shocked. Originally, they had estimated that they would be able to kill the two of them in 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, the two of them had only weakened by 30%. Although the two of them would become weaker as time passed, it would definitely take more than 2,000 years to completely kill them. What surprised Yi Chen and the others even more was that in the next 500 years, the auras of the two war saints did not decline. Instead, they grew stronger and recovered to 80% of their original strength. As it turned out, although the two of them had been in a state of constant beatings, it had also played a role in tempering themselves. The divine blood they had absorbed earlier had quickly turned into nutrients to replenish their bodies. This won't do. If this continues, they might not die. Instead, we will be exhausted to death. The Exalt of Light frowned. That's right. They're using us to transform the power in the god's blood, Yi Chen said as he exhaled. Why don't we take turns to attack them, and the rest will absorb the god's blood? The Venerable of the Dead suggested. How should we distribute it? Bone Devil Supreme's eyes flashed. It's very simple. 3 people attack, and 2 people absorb the god's blood. We'll rotate once every 100 years. In the 100th year, Yi Chen, the Venerable of the Dead, and the Venerable of the Dead attacked the War Saints, while the Venerable of Light and the Venerable of Tiger Fong absorbed the god's blood. Seeing this situation, the War Saints and the Venerable of the Dead's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Previously, they were still in the mood to waste time with Yi Chen and the others, but now they had completely lost the mood. After a long time, the remaining god's blood would definitely be absorbed, and there would be no share for them. They still wanted to rely on the god's blood to advance to high-level demigods. Damn it, die for me. The War Saints of the Dead and the Venerable of the Dead erupted with their strongest combat strength. Before this, they were only ordinary combat strength. Unfortunately, Yi Chen and the Venerable of the Dead were not to be trifled with. They easily suppressed the two, and no matter how much they roared, they could do nothing. After 100 years, it was the Venerable of Light, the Venerable of the Dead, and Yi Chen attacking the two, while the Venerable of the Dead and the Venerable of the Dead absorbed the god's blood. Because only 2 people could absorb the god's blood at a time, it was still not Yi Chen's turn this time. But it didn't matter. He would be compensated later, and no one was willing to suffer a loss. Soon 1,000 years passed. The god's blood shrank slightly, but there was not much change. The 5 were, after all, heaven-defying supremes. Their efficiency of absorbing the god's blood was far lower than that of mid-level demigods, especially when 3 of them had to deal with the War Saints. Too slow. Altogether, 6 or 7,000 years had passed. Yi Chen felt that the efficiency of absorbing the god's blood was too slow. At this rate, it would take at least tens of thousands of years. The higher the cultivation, the faster the absorption. It has little to do with strength. Yi Chen thought. Unknowingly, Yi Chen had been in the 15th underground floor for 9,000 years. Ah! With a scream, the Battle Saint of the Dead instantly turned into a ball of golden flames, burning. This was the burning of the Gold Martial Path, Yuan's spirit. The golden ashes danced in the air, and the next moment they returned to nothingness. The Battle Saint of the Dead had fallen. After spending 5,000 years, the 5 finally killed the Battle Saint of the Dead. This was mainly related to the distribution. Every 100 years, 2 of the 5 would be able to rest and absorb the god's blood. The War Saint of the Dead and the Battle Saint of the Dead were constantly fighting and had no time to rest. Moreover, they couldn't find the exit to the 15th underground floor, so they couldn't even escape. In the 9,500th year, the war saint of the dead was forced to his limit. Faint golden sparks flickered on his body, a sign that the gold martial path Yuan spirit was burning. "Bastard, I can't accept this." The war saint of the dead roared at the sky. The battle prowess that erupted shocked even the venerable of light, the dead and the bone devil supremes. This was the final radiance of the dead and was no small matter. "Come on." The venerable of light sped up. The venerable of dead and the bone devil supremes nodded. As long as the war saint of the dead was taken care of, they could calm down and absorb the god's blood. In any case, their absorption speed was very slow, so they didn't need to worry about not having enough god's blood to absorb. As for the future, no one could be bothered. Swoosh! The war saint of the dead was instantly engulfed by the golden flames. Careful! Suddenly, the venerable of dead seemed to have discovered something and disappeared from his original position. The venerable of light's reaction was a bit slower than the venerable of dead's, but the venerable of light was faster and immediately retreated. Only the bone devil supremes couldn't react in time and was struck by a powerful flaming hoof print. Uft! The bone devil supremes didn't even have time to groan before disappearing into nothingness. Chapter 1446. This aura. In the distance, the light sovereign and the dead sovereign solemnly looked at the golden flames. Within the golden flames, a figure gradually became clear. Pop! The flames extinguished, revealing the figure of the Greenhoof war saint. At this moment, the Greenhoof war saint was clearly taller, his powerful muscles almost bursting through his clothes. His arms were so thick that they seemed capable of tearing the sky apart. The pair of goat horns on his head were especially prominent, flashing with a cold light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Waves of terrifying aura spread out from the Greenhoof war saint. The light sovereign and the dead sovereign clearly felt a strong pressure, their breathing becoming heavier. High-grade demigod? The dead sovereign's expression was unsightly, and the light sovereign was not much better. Above high-grade demigods were powerful demigods. There was no need to mention powerful demigods. Not only did they have divine power, but they also had the power of laws. All below a powerful demigod were ants, including high-grade demigods. But no matter what, a high-grade demigod was still a high-grade demigod, not something a mid-grade demigod could compare to. The golden Yuan spirit had reached the late stage. The light sovereign and the dead sovereign were not afraid of any mid-grade demigod. Even if they could not win, they could at least escape. But against a high-grade demigod, they had no confidence. Ha ha ha! The Greenhoof war saint laughed until tears flowed down his cheeks. High-grade demigod. I actually became a high-grade demigod. Is this true? With that, the Greenhoof war saint clenched his right hand. A shockwave burst out. Pop, pop. The light sovereign and the dead sovereign were blown away, each vomiting blood. Haha, it's true. The Greenhoof war saint laughed wildly, his expression excited. After becoming a demigod, each advancement was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If one was lucky, they might be able to advance in a few million years. If not, it might take tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. This was especially true for mid-grade demigods to become high-grade demigods. Even with the help of divine blood, the Greenhoof war saint did not think that he could become a high-grade demigod in the primal chaos battlefield. But he did not expect that he would break through and become a high-grade demigod in this desperate situation. Of course, this was mainly because he had absorbed a lot of divine blood, which provided him with sufficient nutrients. I have to thank you for all this. If you did not force me into a desperate situation, I would not have become a high-grade demigod so quickly. The Greenhoof war saint regained his composure and looked at the light sovereign and the dead sovereign with a teasing expression. The light sovereign and the dead sovereign, pupils constricted. Run! The two of them turned into a ray of light and a wisp of black mist, quickly escaping. The 15th underground level was very large. Every inch of space had been transformed by the divine blood. It was like a small universe. Trying to escape, the Green Hoof War Saint didn't do anything, but his location began to shake. A moment later, space twisted as he appeared behind the radiant autarch and punched. Just as the deep hoof print was about to engrave itself onto the Radiant Supremacy's body, the Radiant Supremacy abruptly transformed into a golden sun, turning from a corporeal body into an incorporeal body. Puff! The hoof print pierced through the golden sun, causing it to shatter. It then reformed into the body of the Sovereign of Light. However, his face was extremely pale. Relying on the law of light, he had withstood the attack of the Greenhoof Battle Saint. But a high-grade demigod was too powerful. Even in his incorporeal form, he was still heavily injured. It was easy to imagine that once he returned to his physical form, he would undoubtedly die. How enviable! The law of light is even greater than I imagined. The ancient hoof war saint was indignant. He hated all heaven-defying supremes for being able to comprehend laws in advance. This was too unfair. Swordsman Azure Lotus, the situation isn't looking good. Tiger Fong and Yi Qin had already noticed the changes in the Greenhoof War Saint. Tiger Fong said in a low voice, "You find the exit first. Take the chance to kill the Radiant Supremacy and the Dead Supremacy," Yi Qin said. "What about you?" Tiger Fong looked at Yi Qin. "I plan to give it a try." Yi Qin felt that the three supreme sword intents were showing signs of a breakthrough. After coming to the primal chaos battlefield, the three supreme sword intents had already broken through once, from early stage to mid-stage 9th rank. This greatly increased his strength. He originally thought that it would be impossible for him to continue breaking through in the primal chaos battlefield. Even if he wanted to break through, he would probably have to wait until he became an elementary demigod. However, after absorbing 9,000 years of divine blood, the three supreme sword intents had the possibility of breaking through again. Of course, this was mainly because the three supreme sword intents existed in Yi Chen's soul sea at the same time, creating a resonance effect. If there was only one supreme sword intent, it would be impossible for him to break through so quickly. "Give it a try." "All right, I'll take my leave first." Sensing that Yi Chen wasn't joking, Tiger Fong nodded and quickly left. "I don't think I can escape, even if I try to escape now. I might as well give it a try." If there was an exit, Yi Chen would not hesitate to escape from it. Unfortunately, the exit to the 15th floor had not been found yet. Wasting time searching for an exit was unacceptable to Yi Chen. Floating near the god's blood, Yi Chen closed his eyes and continued to absorb the god's blood. "Run. Why aren't you running anymore?" Puff. Poo piu. Poo piu 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 piu. The ancient hoof, where Saint laughed maniacally as he pierced through the golden sun and black mist again and again. The laws of light and death were indeed powerful. In terms of power, the ancient hoof war saint was at least 10,000 times stronger than the Radiant Sovereign and King Sovereign. Alas, he still couldn't kill the two in a short time. He could only heavily injure them and wear down their martial nascent spirits. Ancient hoof war saint, why are you so ruthless? If you can spare me, I'm willing to become your servant. The Sovereign of the Dead said humbly. Comprehending the law of death made him cherish his life even more and would not easily give up. "Servant? Sorry, I don't need it. I just want to see you die." The ancient hoof war saint grinned and continued to attack. Again and again. No. The golden sun burst into millions of rays and the roar of the Radiant Sovereign could be heard. Unfortunately, the rays could no longer condense and gradually disappeared into the void. One of the 5 sovereigns, the Radiant Sovereign, had fallen. The Sovereign of the Dead's heart tightened and he frantically fled. In terms of survivability, the law of death was much stronger than the law of light, but the difference in strength was too great. The Sovereign of the Dead still could not escape death. The black, Mist dissipated and a black seed fell. Crack! The ancient hoof war saint shattered the black seed. The law of death was strange and unpredictable, so he did not think that the sovereign of the dead was completely dead. Sure enough, the moment the black seed shattered, the sovereign of the dead screamed and stopped abruptly. After killing the radiant sovereign and the sovereign of the dead, the ancient hoof war saint began to chase after Tiger Fong. A year later, Supreme Tiger Fong fell. In the end, it was Yi Qin, who did not take any action, who survived. You're very lucky that you didn't take any action. That's why I left you for last. The ancient hoof war saint walked towards Yi Qin step by step, each step causing the void to tremble. Chapter 1447. Next to the divine blood, Yi Qin opened his eyes and turned to look at the green hoof war saint. With the fall of the radiant sovereign and the dead sovereign, Yi Qin knew that the green hoof war saint was no longer the same as before. He now had the ability to kill the 5 sovereigns. This was something that no mid-level demigod could do. Green hoof war saint, I didn't think that the radiant sovereign and the dead sovereign would die in your hands. They must be very unwilling, Yi Qin said. The green hoof war saint grinned. They were indeed unwilling, but they brought this upon themselves. However, they were also very lucky to be killed by a high-rank demigod. Outside of the legendary celestial realm, I'm afraid no one has ever seen a high-rank demigod. Indeed, this is the first time I've seen one. Yi Qin nodded. In his eyes, the green hoof war saint was millions of times more dazzling than the sun. This was the sign of a gold, primordial spirit reaching its peak. How about it? Do you still need me to do it? The green hoof war saint looked at Yi Qin mockingly. After becoming a high-rank demigod, he would be able to absorb the divine blood even faster. In a few years, he would be able to absorb the rest. But before that, he had to deal with Yi Qin. As for how, he had not decided yet. He would do it in a way that was more interesting. Do it! Yi Qin unsheathed the firmament sword. Die! The green hoof war saint suddenly punched at Yi Qin. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Yi Qin's face turned pale as he was sent flying. The green hoof war saint was a little surprised. He had only used 10 to 20% of his power, but if it was the radiant sovereign or the dead sovereign, they would definitely be gravely injured. Why did his opponent only turn pale? Something was wrong? Again, the green hoof war saint once again punched at Yi Qin. This time, he used 30 to 40% of his power. Uffed! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Qin continued to fly. Again. The green hoof war saint used 100% of his power in this last punch. Pop! An invisible force was transmitted into Yi Qin's body, causing Yi Qin's body to tremble. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of blood. Cracks also appeared on his body. Impossible. Supremacy of light and supremacy of death were able to resist for so long because of their incorporeal forms. They received very little damage each time, only 1,000th or even a 10,000th of their actual damage. If Yi Qin used the law of water to turn incorporeal, he could accept it, but Yi Qin didn't use this ability at all. How did you do it? The ancient hoof war saint stared at Yi Qin. Yi Qin heaved a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. Thank you for giving me enough time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to raise my sword intent to the late stage of the 9th rank. Indeed, Yi Qin's 3 supreme sword intents had broken through to the late stage of the 9th rank. The higher one's sword intent was, the harder it was to improve. This was especially true for supreme sword intents. Once they broke through, their combat prowess would increase greatly. One had to know that at the late stage of the 9th rank, one was only 1 level away from the peak of the 9th rank, which was the limit of sword intent. Of course, a heaven-defying sovereign was still a heaven-defying sovereign. If it was any of the 5 sovereigns who had reached the late stage of the 9th rank, they still wouldn't be a match for the Greenhoof War Saint. However, among Yi Chen's 3 supreme sword intents was the immortal sword intent. It was called immortal and had an indestructible attribute. Apart from that, he also had the black tortoise sacred armor and the immortal sword physique. With the continuous improvement of the immortal sword intent, Yi Chen's immortal sword physique reached the 17th level, allowing him to contend against an elementary demigod's attack. A late-stage, 9th rank supreme sword intent? The Greenhoof War Saint narrowed his eyes. He didn't comprehend a supreme martial intent, but a lower-grade one. Even so, he still couldn't break through to the late stage of the 9th rank and was stuck at the peak of the mid-stage of the 9th rank. Yi Chen, a mere heaven-defying sovereign, had actually reached the late stage of the 9th rank. The Greenhoof War Saint didn't know whether he should admire or be jealous of Yi Chen. Even if you can hold on for a while, I don't believe you can hold on for 100 or even 1,000 years. The more stunning Yi Chen's performance was, the more the Greenhoof War Saint couldn't let Yi Chen live. Otherwise, once Yi Chen became an elementary demigod, no one would be able to stop him. Wisps of golden flames ignited on his body, and the aura of the Greenhoof War Saint increased by 1,000 times. A demigod's secret art? Yi Chen was startled. Die! The Greenhoof War Saint punched at Yi Chen. This punch was incomprehensibly fast. Even time and space began to reverse, and Yi Chen's reaction time was stretched. PFFF. Unprepared, Yi Chen spurted out a large amount of blood. Countless cracks appeared on his body, and he was instantly gravely injured. Even a large portion of his martial, Tao, nascent spirit was obliterated. No matter how powerful the immortal sword intent was, it couldn't perfectly defend against extreme combat power. He actually burned his gold, martial, Tao nascent spirit to obtain destructive power? Yi Chen didn't dare to be careless. He activated the law of water and instantly turned into a waterman. At the same time, ripples appeared around him as if he was in a world of water. The next moment, the Greenhoof War Saint attacked again. The world of water was instantly pierced through, and the waterman Yi Chen turned into was also destroyed. But soon, the water condensed and turned back into a waterman. Turning incorporeal allowed Yi Chen to ignore the majority of the damage. Just like the Radiant Sovereign and the Dead Sovereign. 1 year passed, 10 years passed, 100 years passed. The Greenhoof War Saint finally stopped burning his gold, martial, Tao, nascent spirit. He glared angrily at Yi Chen. After becoming a high-rank demigod, he could burn his gold, martial, Tao, nascent spirit to increase his combat power, but it couldn't last long. He could only last for 100 years, thanks to the remaining god blood. Even so, the consumption was still great. On the other hand, Yi Chen didn't consume too much. The god blood in his body allowed him to last longer. Damn, if my martial intent can reach late-stage 9th order, I can definitely kill him, the Greenhoof War Saint thought. Sword Venerable Azure Lotus, I'll let you go for now. Hurry up and get out of the 15th floor. The Greenhoof War Saint turned and flew toward the god blood. Since he couldn't kill Yi Chen, he could only absorb the remaining god blood. Perhaps he could break through. Even if you want me to leave, I won't. Yi Chen also flew toward the god blood. You're courting death. The Greenhoof War Saint snorted. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be so daring to stay. Fine. Once he broke through again, it would be the death of Yi Chen. Just like that, the Greenhoof War Saint and Yi Chen absorbed the god blood and minded their own business. Too slow. Seeing the rate at which the Greenhoof War Saint was absorbing the god blood, Yi Chen frowned. His absorption speed was only 1% of the Greenhoof War Saint's, which was too disadvantageous. I'll comprehend the power of laws first. Yi Chen gave up on absorbing the god blood. In any case, he hadn't used up all the god blood in his body and had stored it away. Metal gave birth to water, and water gave birth to wood. Yi Qin set his goal on the law of wood fragment. If he could comprehend the law of wood and the law of water and wood, his strength would reach a new peak. Chapter 1448. The wood law fragment was a thumb-sized seed. The seed was emerald green and brimming with endless vitality. The space around the seed was affected by this vitality, causing hundreds of flowers to blossom and vegetation to grow. When he was still some distance away from the wood law fragment, a dense forest blocked Yi Chen's path. The vines in the forest grew rapidly, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Whoosh! The world of water rippled, protecting Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Yi Chen used the world of water as a medium to sense the wood law fragment's existence. Metal gave birth to water, and water gave birth to wood. When the law of water came into contact with the wood law, it suffered much less resistance. Pushing aside the vines, Yi Chen gradually approached the wood law fragment. When he was only 10 meters away from the wood law fragment, a green radiance suddenly appeared. No matter how hard Yi Chen pushed the law of water, he couldn't advance an inch. Realizing that he couldn't get any closer, Yi Chen stopped and gently pressed his right hand on the green radiance. This was the manifestation of the wood law. With the protection of the world of water, he could safely touch it. The wood law was full of vitality. Vitality could save people and kill people. For example, a heavily injured person on the verge of death could be instantly healed by injecting the law of wood. However, if a seed was planted in a healthy person, once the seed grew, it could kill the healthy person. The law of wood contained life and death. Of course, it only contained a part of life and death. The true life and death were the law of life and the law of death. Want to comprehend a second law? The Greenhoof battle Saint looked over with a cold glint in his eyes. If Yi Chen comprehended a second law, it would be difficult to deal with him. Whether it was a peak law, a powerful law, or a foundational law, each law had its own unique aspect and couldn't be underestimated. Even the Greenhoof battle, Saint wasn't sure how much of a boost the two laws would have to one's combat prowess. A heaven-defying sovereign comprehending a second law is 10 times harder than comprehending a first law. I don't believe you can do it. Taking a deep breath, the Greenhoof battle Saint closed his eyes and didn't look at Yi Chen. Right now, the most pressing matter at hand was to absorb all the god blood and strive for another breakthrough. Once his marshal will broke through to the late Ninth Order, his strength would increase tremendously. At that time, regardless of whether Yi Chen comprehended the second type of law or not, it would have no effect on him. Comprehending the law of wood was smoother than Yi Chen had imagined. Perhaps it was because he had comprehended the law of water and had reached a very high level in the law of water. In Yi Chen's perception, he seemed to see countless green dots of light. These green dots of light were very gentle, like little fairies dancing in the air. One day, the green spots gathered together, increasing in number until they finally formed a green seed. The seed fell to the ground and sprouted, growing into a small tree. The small tree was weathered by the wind and rain, and it gradually grew into a towering tree. Its branches were luxuriant, and it was overflowing with green. Day after day, year after year, with the towering tree as the center and the roots of the towering tree as the link, new trees began to grow. Grass and flowers sprouted around the small tree, and the soil became abnormally fertile. As the wind blew, the seeds on the tree scattered everywhere, landing on the surrounding soil. Finally, a jungle was born. The jungle grew larger and larger, turning into a forest. The forest expanded with water, insects, and animals. Unknowingly, the forest changed the surrounding world, making the air fresher and the soil more fertile. Everywhere was brimming with vitality, cheerfulness, and relaxation. Silently, in Yi Chen's soul sea, an extremely small seed with a hint of green was gradually born. He had successfully comprehended the law of wood. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen's pupils turned emerald green. However, the emerald color quickly receded and returned to normal. This is the law of wood. Yi Chen retracted his right hand and spread it out. A green light flashed, and a small tree grew out of Yi Chen's palm. The small tree rapidly grew, turning into a towering tree. The branches of the towering tree could be hard or soft. When they were hard, they were like steel. When they were soft, they were like vines. They could whip the void as they pleased, and their destructive power seemed to be even higher than the law of water. Of course, this was the initial stage of the law of water. The current level of the law of water was too high, comparable to the law of light of supremacy. The small tree in his palm vanished, and Yi Chen's body suddenly turned green, turning into a green shadow. The green shadow contained infinite vitality. Yi Chen had a feeling that even if he was hit countless times, he would be able to instantly recover. It wouldn't consume his martial Dao Yuan spirit at all, only the power of the law of wood. In terms of survivability, the law of wood is definitely not inferior to the powerful laws. It is only slightly weaker than the peak laws. It had been more than 10,000 years since he came to the primal chaos battlefield, and he had seen a lot of laws. As for the characteristics of each law, he more or less had some understanding. In terms of survivability alone, the wood law was extremely outstanding. What? The Greenhoof Battle Saint was awakened by the spreading law of wood. Seeing Yi Chen's transformation, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Did he really comprehend the law of wood? So simple? Bastard, this is too unfair. The Greenhoof Battle Saint was extremely jealous. He was a high-grade demigod, yet he hadn't comprehended a single law. Yet his opponent had comprehended too. How could he live? I'll let you be arrogant first. The fact that his opponent had comprehended the law of wood while he had yet to break through made the Greenhoof Battle Saint feel a sense of urgency. After comprehending the law of wood, Yi Chen could officially absorb the law of wood's fragments. The law of wood fragment in Yi Chen's soul C was only the size of a sesame seed, while the one in the void was the size of a thumb. The difference between the two was huge. 100 years, 200 years, 500 years. After 500 years, the law of wood fragment in Yi Chen's soul C was the size of a pinky finger. The one in the void was also the size of a pinky finger. More than half of it had been absorbed. I can't absorb any more. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Yi Chen's eyes flashed. Since water begets wood, and one could comprehend the law of wood, why couldn't wood beget fire and comprehend the law of fire? As soon as he thought of this, Yi Chen approached the law of fire fragment. The law of fire fragment in the void was like a cluster of flames, swaying gently. Sensing Yi Chen's approach, the flames suddenly surged and turned into a towering wave of heat that swept over. Activating the law of wood, a lush and flourishing world of wood appeared around Yi Chen. When the wave of heat came in contact with this world of wood, it immediately ignited. However, when it was 10 meters away from Yi Chen, it was blocked by a green radiance. Withstanding this green radiance, Yi Chen slowly approached the flame. So hot! Yi Chen felt that his breath was boiling hot. However, this also deepened his communication with the law of fire fragment. If he wanted to comprehend it, he had to experience it. The law of fire was violent, scorching, expanding, and extremely wild. It was completely different from the reserved law of water and the calm law of wood. Chapter 1449. As time passed, Yi Chen felt as if he had turned into a ball of fire with no specific shape. Wherever the wind blew, he would run. Whenever he saw a tree, he would burn. When he saw a river, he would burn. When he saw a starry sky, he would also burn. At first, it was just a ball of fire, but later it became a super flame that could destroy an entire galaxy, forming a world of its own. Visible sparks could be seen on Yi Chen's body, but there was no smoke. Boom! Yi Chen suddenly burst into flames. Even his eyeballs were burning, turning into pure flames. Law of fire complete. In his soul sea, a small flame was born, releasing heat that could not be ignored. even faster. Yi Qin was moved. It took him about 200 years to comprehend the law of wood, but it only took him 150 years to comprehend the law of fire. However, there were 3 great laws in his soul sea, which added a lot of pressure. When he first comprehended the law of water, Yi Qin felt that it was too much. His soul sea could not contain it, but now it could contain 3 great laws. Yi Qin understood that this was because he had made multiple breakthroughs in the primal chaos battlefield. His martial Dao Yuanshin had reached the quasi-gold level, and his sword intent and heart sword had also improved. All aspects had improved a lot, especially after comprehending the law of wood. Not only did it not increase the pressure, but it also made Yi Qin more energetic, constantly nourishing his soul sea. Activating the law of fire, Yi Qin turned into a flaming man. Whoosh! The flaming man flickered back and forth with great explosive power. Under the same realm, his speed was even faster than the water travel art. Rumble! A fireball condensed in his hand, and Yi Qin threw out, causing a huge explosion. Damn, the law of fire is also complete. The Greenhoof Battle Saint's heart was not in a good mood. Jealousy gave him a strong desire to kill Yi Qin immediately. No, I can't kill him now. I have to wait for my martial will to break through to the late stage of the 9th order. It would be best if I can break through in other aspects as well. Shaking his head, the Greenhoof Battle Saint suppressed his desire to kill. Soon, my martial will break through at any time, and my foundation as a high-grade demigod has also stabilized. After comprehending the law of fire, Yi Qin began to absorb the law of fire fragments to strengthen his law of fire realm. After spending 400 years, the law of fire had reached its limit and could no longer be improved. Only a small portion of the law of fire remained. Naturally, Yi Qin shifted his attention to the law of earth fragment. Metal begets water, water begets wood, wood begets fire, fire begets earth, and earth begets metal. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, forming a cycle. The gravity is so strong. The closer he got to the law of earth fragment, the heavier Yi Qin felt. Every step he took required a great deal of strength and energy. Whoosh! A world of fire appeared, burning the void. The void where Yi Qin had turned into a furnace. The heat waves were oppressive and offset a large amount of gravity. As he approached the law of earth fragment step by step, Yi Qin gradually comprehended the essence of the law of earth. The law of earth could bear and store all things. Fire gives birth to earth, but wood also grows on earth. There is water in the earth and water on the surface of the earth. Of the 5 elements, earth was in the middle. Standing in a world of nothingness, Yi Qin didn't feel anything. He had turned into a stone statue. The dust on the stone statue increased, turning into a small mountain. The small mountain turned into a large mountain. The large mountain was baptized by the passage of time and collapsed, turning into a flat and thick land. Finally, a piece of land was formed. It was simple and ancient, bearing and creating all things. In his soul sea, a grain of yellow gravel formed. Law of earth formed. After absorbing the law of earth fragment, the gravel grew larger, softer, and more resilient, turning into a piece of yellow soil. When the 4 great laws reached the limit that Yi Qin could bear, Yi Qin clearly sensed that the divine blood in his body was rapidly turning into nutrients. The refining speed was more than 100 or even 1,000 times faster than before. The power of the 4 great laws swept through Yi Qin's body, nourishing Yi Qin's soul sea and nourishing Yi Qin's body. Pop! His soul sea shook and golden light shone brightly. If Yi Qin's original soul sea, which was his soul, was a beginner demigod's golden soul, then his current soul was a mid-level demigod's golden soul. With the advancement of his soul, Yi Qin's martial path Yuanshin throbbed as if it would break through at any time. Apart from that, there was no pressure to accommodate the 4 great laws. Even without the divine blood in his body, Yi Chan could still use the power of laws for a long time. His spirit body reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, and his immortal sword body reached the 18th level. He could withstand the attack of a mid-level demigod by himself. The quantitative change of laws actually triggered a qualitative change. Yi Chan raised his eyebrows. This was something that he would never have thought of. However, it was understandable. It was already very heaven-defying for a heaven-defying supreme to comprehend 2 great laws. It was a miracle that he comprehended 4 great laws. Although it wasn't entirely due to his own efforts, it was due to luck. Law of metal. Now, only the law of metal was left to comprehend. Yi Chan couldn't wait to know what would happen after comprehending the law of metal. Becoming an elementary demigod? Reaching the pinnacle of the 9th rank? His soul reaching the golden level of a high-rank demigod? Anything was possible. Ha! My martial has finally broken through to the late stage of the 9th rank, and my domain has also reached the late stage of the 9th level. Sword, Venerable Green Lotus, let's fight again. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. It was the ancient hoof war saint. Without any warning, waves of black, viscous gas spread out from the ancient hoof war saint and enveloped Yi Chan. This was the ancient hoof war saint's black horn domain. The might of a high-rank demigod activating the late-stage 9th level domain was simply too great. Caught off guard, Yi Chan was rendered immobile. Green Lotus, sword domain, rise. A green lotus bloomed on Yi Chan's body, but it withered as soon as it bloomed. The difference in the power of their domains was too great. World of water, world of wood, world of fire, world of earth, Green Lotus sword domain. First there were ripples, followed by the growth of the forest, followed by the sweeping of flames, and then ashes fell to the ground, forming a piece of land. Finally a green lotus bloomed. Relying on the 4 worlds of laws and the Green Lotus sword domain, Yi Chan finally broke through the ancient hoof war saint's black cove domain. Not only that, but the 4 worlds of laws and the Green Lotus sword domain worked together to suppress the ancient hoof war saint's black cove domain. The ancient hoof war saint's momentum suddenly stagnated, no longer as domineering as before. Take my fist. The ancient hoof war saint narrowed his eyes and punched out. This punch contained an incomparably powerful will, as if it could pierce through space-time. A late-stage, 9th rank martial will. Just in time, Yi Chan unsheathed the firmament sword and welcomed the incoming attack. This sword was not the billow sword, but had water radiance, flame radiance, green radiance, and yellow radiance, containing the power of 4 great laws. Although the 4 laws could not be fused together, which was something only a true god could do, when used together, the power was not as simple as 1 + 1. Chapter 1450. The law of water filled the law of wood with vitality. The law of wood strengthened the law of fire, and the law of fire strengthened the law of earth. In the end, the firmament sword turned into an earthen mountain that smashed down on the green hoof war saint. Boom! The void paused for a moment, then boundless ripples spread out and struck Yi Chan and the green hoof war saint. Yi Chan's immortal sword physique was enough to block the attacks of a mid-rank demigod. Coupled with the mystic tortoise sacred armor, ordinary high-rank demigods couldn't do anything to him. The boundless ripples sent Yi Chan flying, but they didn't injure Yi Chan at all. Freeze! Yi Chan roared, and a layer of earthen armor condensed on his body. This was the armor of earth. The moment the armor formed, Yi Chan felt as if he was rooted in the void. The boundless ripples pushed him away, but couldn't move him in the slightest. On the other hand, the green hoof war saint spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. In terms of offense, the green hoof war saint was stronger than Yi Chan. Even though Yi Chan had 4 great laws, he was much weaker than Yi Chan in terms of defense. Yi Chan could resist the boundless ripples, but the green hoof war saint couldn't. Of course, this was only a small loss. Spitting out blood wasn't even an injury to a high-rank demigod. It was merely a waste of energy. How can this be? The Greenhoof War Saint couldn't believe it. His offense was higher than Yi Chen's, but in terms of overall strength, Yi Chen was above him. Defense was also a part of one's strength. Greenhoof War Saint, take another slash from me. Withstanding the boundless ripples, Yi Chen slashed at the Greenhoof War Saint once more. The earthen mountain tore through the boundless ripples and heavily smashed into the Greenhoof War Saint. The Greenhoof War Saint was sent flying like a shooting star. With 4 great laws, Yi Chen no longer feared high-rank demigods. Even against the best of them, Yi Chen was confident he could escape unscathed. The battle between the two of them lasted for 100 years. Neither was willing to back down. Although the Greenhoof War Saint was being suppressed, as a high-rank demigod, his origin energy was powerful and his martial soul was nearly indestructible. Yi Chen would have a hard time injuring him, let alone killing him. In comparison, Yi Chen's defense was even more monstrous. With the immortal sword body and the black tortoise sacred armor, Yi Chen was able to resist the attacks of the ancient Hoof War Saint. Coupled with the earth armor, the saint's attacks were no different from tickles to Yi Chen. Taking a step back, even if the first 3 couldn't stop the ancient Hoof War Saint, Yi Chen could still turn incorporeal and ignore the majority of the damage. The Law of Wood could also allow Yi Chen to instantly recover. After 100 years, Yi Chen had developed the wondrous uses of the power of laws to the limit. The Law of Water had water movement techniques and water world. The wood laws included the verdant wood body and the wood world. The Law of Fire had the fire traversing technique, the world of fire. The Law of Earth had the earth armor and the earth world. Although they didn't have many uses, they were actually all-encompassing. The world of law could even be used as a domain. Sword Master Azure Lotus, we can't do anything to each other. Why don't we stop for now? The Greenhoof War Saint was extremely sullen. As a high-rank demigod, he couldn't even defeat a heaven-defying sovereign. This was a great humiliation. He didn't want to fight with Yi Chen anymore. After absorbing the last of the god blood, he would immediately find an exit to leave the 15th floor. The primal chaos battlefield was so vast and had countless fortunes. Why should he fight to the death with Yi Chen? It wasn't worth it. Fine. Yi Chen decisively stopped. In the past 100 years, he was only using the Greenhoof War Saint to practice. He didn't really want to fight to the death. Afterward, the two minded their own business. The Greenhoof War Saint absorbed the god blood, while Yi Chen comprehended the last elemental law, the metal law. The law of metal fragment was a metal ball the size of a longan. It emitted a faint golden light. The golden light was not dazzling, but it gave off an extremely sharp feeling. It was as if being illuminated by the golden light would immediately blind one's eyes. The earth world spread and the earth armor covered his body. Yi Chen gradually approached the metal law fragment. Among the 5 elemental laws, the law of metal was the one with the strongest offensive power. It was extremely sharp. Although the law of fire was violent, it was still inferior to the law of metal. 200 years passed. Oh! Yi Chen frowned. Comprehending the metal law was much more difficult than he had imagined. It had to be said that he only spent 200 years to comprehend the wood law, 150 years to comprehend the fire law, and 100 years to comprehend the earth law. The elemental laws are only missing the metal law. It seems like this has nothing to do with the metal law. It's the primal chaos law's interference, not allowing me to easily comprehend the metal law and comprehend the 5 elemental laws. Yi Chen immediately thought of the crux of the matter. If 200 years wasn't enough, then 300 years. Yi Chen continued to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, 600 years passed. I've finally finished absorbing the divine blood. Let's leave this place first. Glancing at Yi Chen and seeing that he was still comprehending the metal law, the Greenhoof War Saint heaved a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that Yi Chen would comprehend the metal law. If that happened, he would be in danger. Even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. After all, who knew what kind of monstrous progress one would make in comprehending the 5 elemental laws? The 15th underground floor had only entrances and exits. There was a passage when one entered, but it would disappear after entering. The Greenhoof war saint flew toward the edge of the 15th floor, looking for an exit. 700 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years. Time passed quickly. Soon, it had been 20,000 years since Yi Chen came to the 15th underground floor. On this day, Yi Chen's body emitted a dazzling golden light, as if he had turned into a golden man. In his soul sea, a grain-sized metal sphere was born. It emitted a sharp golden light and formed a ring with the other 4 great law fragments. Perhaps for an instant, perhaps for an eternity. A faint layer of 5-colored light flickered on Yi Chen's body. Every time it flickered, Yi Chen felt his body sublimate. Crackle! Miraculously, Yi Chen's spirit body advanced from peak rank 9 to perfection. Ever since then, his spirit body had reached its limit and could no longer be improved, unless he became a true god and condensed a divine body. His immortal sword body did not break through. It was still at the 18th level, but without a doubt he had reached the peak. The 5-colored light not only changed Yi Chen's physique, but it also increased the speed of refining the divine blood by millions of times. However, the 5-colored light was also consumed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. Yi Chen took a deep breath and began to absorb the metal law fragment. Right now, the level of the metal law was still very weak. It was not on par with the other 4 great laws. When the level of the metal law increased, the 5-colored light should be more. The only pity was that he did not have enough divine blood. He had just consumed a lot of it, and he did not know if it could provide enough nutrition. Comprehending the metal law was difficult, but absorbing the metal law fragment was much easier. Every time he absorbed a strand of the metal law fragment, the 5-colored light on Yi Chen's body would appear once. Yi Chen felt that he was getting closer and closer to becoming a primary demigod. It was as if there was only a thin veil between them, and when it was lifted, a new world would appear. Chapter 1451. The blood of a true god contained god power, which was the combination of heart power, energy, chi power, domain, and will. As the 5-colored light continued to appear, Yi Chen's green lotus sword realm naturally broke through to the late 9th level. A huge green lotus bloomed, with patterns like the veins of the galaxy, containing endless mysteries. The breakthrough of green lotus sword domain didn't attract the slightest bit of his attention. At this moment, he felt like he was the mouth of a volcano. Inside the volcano, there was a world-destroying energy that could erupt at any time. He didn't know whether he would be burnt to ashes at the moment of eruption, or whether his body would be smashed into pieces. The frequency of the 5-colored light became higher and higher. When the level of the metal law reached the limit that Yi Chen could endure, a 5-colored light pillar shot into the sky, covering Yi Chen. Arg! Yi Chen could not help but scream. An eternal golden light shot out of his body. It was not as dazzling as the light law, but it gave people the illusion that it would never be extinguished. It was as if this was eternity. Time had lost its meaning, and so had space. Like a god, Yi Chen's eyes had a hint of gold, and his skin was also pale gold. The martial path Yuan spirit in his body had evolved into a gold martial path Yuan spirit without any impurities. He reached out and clenched his fist, causing the air to tremble in fear of his power. Is this the power of a demigod? Yi Chen closed his eyes and felt it carefully. The power of laws was the power of laws, and cultivation was cultivation. The feeling they brought was different. The power of laws was the use of external power, while cultivation was the power of one's own body, which was more real. Before, without using the power of laws, Yi Chen could not fly. But now, with his own power, he was floating in the air. The moment he became a beginner demigod, his soul broke through again, from the middle demigod level to the high demigod level. From now on, even without the support of god blood and god power crystals, he did not need to worry about using too much power of laws and getting hurt. Because with his beginner demigod cultivation and the soul sea of a high demigod, he could use the power of laws as he pleased. Correspondingly, his soul sea could withstand higher nomological realms. Starting from absorbing the fragments of the law of metal, Yi Qin spent a mere 50 years to absorb all the remaining fragments of the law of metal, leaving nothing behind. The law of water fragment took 45 years. The law of wood fragment took 60 years. The law of fire fragment took 52 years. The law of earth fragment took 54 years. There was a metal ball the size of a longan, a seed the size of a thumb, a water ball the size of a fist, a cluster of bright flames, and an irregular piece of yellow soil floating in his soul sea. The 5 great nomological fragments were arranged in a circle, and at the center of the circle, traces of 5-colored light gathered. That was the nomological power of the 5 elements. Condense. A golden spear suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Law of metal, spear of metal. The golden spear dissipated, and Yi Chen pulled out the firmament sword, which was covered with a layer of gold. The golden spear was not necessarily in the shape of a spear. It could be in any shape, and it could also be attached to a weapon to increase its attack power. The world of metal was extremely sharp, and any object that entered the range of the world of metal would be pierced by the golden light. Even a powerful demigod might not have a higher nomological realm than me. Of course, some peak powerful demigods are not in this category, but powerful demigods have already refined godly power. In terms of overall strength, I'm definitely not a match for them. Godly power combined with nomological power is the foundation of a powerful demigod. Yi Chen was now very confident, but he also knew his limits. In front of a powerful demigod, he was still an ant. This was an indisputable fact. But in front of him, weren't high-level demigods also ants? I'll come back later to see if I can comprehend other laws. Right now, I'll go see where the Greenhoof War Saint went. The world of metal dissipated, and Yi Chen instantly turned into a man of fire. Whoosh! With a flash of fire, Yi Chen disappeared without a trace. His speed was more than 1,000 times faster than before. Among the 5 elements, the fire-traversing art was the fastest and had the most explosive power, while the water-traversing art was the fastest in water. Damn it, where's the exit? The Greenhoof War Saint had been searching for the exit for nearly 10,000 years. In his view, the entire 15th floor was like a lost world, completely isolated from the outside world. Following the edge of the wall, the Greenhoof War Saint numbly searched. After several hundred years, the Greenhoof War Saint finally saw a glimmer of light. Joy appeared in his eyes. Could it be the exit? No, that's a flame. The Greenhoof War Saint's expression changed. A moment later, a man of fire appeared in front of him. Who else could it be but Yi Chen? Sword Venerable Azure Lotus, what are you doing? The Greenhoof War Saint was a bit apprehensive. After nearly 10,000 years, Yi Chen might have comprehended the law of metal. Once the latter did so, the Greenhoof War Saint would be even less of a match. Although the Greenhoof War Saint was confident in protecting himself, the initiative was not on his side. Who knew if the other party would spend a long time exhausting him? Greenhoof War Saint, long time no see. Your luck is really bad. You still haven't found the exit. Yi Chen playfully looked at the Greenhoof War Saint as the flame on his body gradually extinguished. The Greenhoof War Saint was about to speak when he suddenly pointed at Yi Chen in shock. If you've become an elementary demigod. How is this possible? Earlier, Yi Chen had turned into a man of fire and was shrouded in the law of fire, so the Greenhoof War Saint did notice that Yi Chen was already an elementary demigod. Now that the law of fire had dissipated, the Greenhoof War Saint finally noticed Yi Chen's cultivation. If Yi Chen had only comprehended the law of metal, the Greenhoof War Saint wouldn't be so afraid. Even if the latter was stronger than him, it wouldn't be to such an abnormal degree. As a high-rank demigod, his martial soul was almost indestructible. Unless the difference in power was too great, it would be very difficult to kill him. The only way was to exhaust him over a long period of time. However, Yi Chen had actually become an elementary demigod. With his cultivation combined with the power of laws, he was in existence close to a powerful demigod. Before this, Yi Chen was already stronger than him, but now, Swordmaster Azure Lotus, let's talk this out. There is no irreconcilable conflict between us. The Greenhoof War Saint cautiously looked at Yi Chen, ready to flee at any moment. Yi Chen shook his head. Greenhoof War Saint, I won't waste words with you. I want the god blood in your body. It's that simple, so please die. With that, Yi Chen activated the law of fire. A moment later, a terrifying world of fire spread out and enveloped the Greenhoof War Saint, turning the entire void into a furnace that burned everything. Arg! The Greenhoof War Saint screamed and became a man of fire. Then he turned into ashes, and even his golden martial soul was no exception. Yi Chen's mastery of the law of 5 elements was very high. After absorbing all the fragments, Yi Chen could instantly kill an ordinary high-rank demigod by relying on the world of fire. Too easy. Yi Chen did not expect it to be this easy, which was a bit unexpected. Chapter 1452. Inside the world of fire, 2 objects floated in the air. One was the unrefined god blood, and the other was the storage ring. Yi Chen couldn't destroy the unrefined god blood, as it was protected by the god power. The storage ring of the ancient hoof battle saint was purposely left behind by Yi Chen. Ignoring the god blood for now, Yi Chen sucked the storage ring into his hand. Not bad. Opening the storage ring, Yi Chen revealed a faint smile. Those who came to the miracle were all experts, and those who came to the 15th floor were the experts among the experts. They had more and more symbols than ordinary people. As the only living person in the 15th floor, Yi Chen naturally obtained all the symbols. Right now, Yi Chen had collected 3 sets of golden chaos symbols, but he was still lacking 7, 8, and 9 numbers for the blue chaos symbols. These 3 blue chaos symbols should be very hard to collect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to not have even one. Apart from the 3 sets of golden symbols, there were still thousands of duplicates of golden symbols and hundreds of duplicates of blue symbols. As long as his luck wasn't bad, he should be able to collect more. However, for Yi Chen, as long as he could collect 3 sets of golden symbols and 1 set of blue symbols, it would be a waste. Of course, he could give them to others. Putting away the storage ring, Yi Chen looked at the god blood. There wasn't much left, only 10% of the original amount. The rest had all been refined by the ancient hoof battle saint. However, Yi Chen was very satisfied. He had absorbed less than 1% of the original amount after so many years. He tried to absorb the god blood with all his might. Yi Chen discovered that his absorption speed was thousands of times faster than before. Even the ancient hoof battle saint couldn't compare to him. Comprehending the 5 elements brought him a huge advantage. In less than a year, Yi Chen had absorbed 10% of the god blood into his body. This bit of god blood should be enough for me to break through to mid-level demigod. But I have to leave some for Su Jing and Morong. Whoosh! Flames flickered as Yi Chen dashed in the direction of the fragment, moving as fast as lightning. First, he set his sights on the law of wind fragment. The firmament sword contained the law of wind. If he could comprehend the law of wind, he would be able to unleash the power of the firmament sword to a higher level. No. Yi Chen shook his head. Even after dozens of years, he still had no clue. The 5 elemental laws seemed to be rejecting him from comprehending other laws. No, it won't work either. It still won't work. He tried them one by one, but they all failed. Fortunately, the firmament's sword had absorbed some fragments of the law of wind, so it was not without gains. Looks like the law fragments here are not fated with me. If I try to comprehend them forcefully, it will definitely take me a long time. Yi Chen decided to leave. Su Jing and Murong Qingqing were still waiting for him. He couldn't waste any more time here. Haha, so many law of nature fragments. I happen to need the wind law of nature fragment. All of a sudden, a voice rang out. This was a heaven-defying supreme being. His speed was extremely fast, and he was clearly using the wind-walking technique. Under the same realm of laws, the wind-walking technique was even faster than the fire-walking technique. If it was in the past, Yi Chen would definitely kill the other party, but now he just shook his head and used the fire-walking technique, disappearing without a trace. Killing a heaven-defying supreme was not beneficial to him. He already had all the benefits he deserved. So fast! This supreme who comprehended the law of wind was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He originally thought that, apart from the 5 supremes and the peak mid-level demigods, he should be invincible. But that person's speed was too terrifying, more than 1,000 times faster than him. He must have absorbed the fire law of nature fragment. As long as I absorb the wind law of nature fragment, I shouldn't be inferior to him. This person thought to himself. Yi Chen's speed was many times faster than the ancient hoof war saint, and his speed in finding the exit was also many times faster. After 800 years, Yi Chen finally found the exit. This exit was very small, and if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice it at all. Compared to the vast 15th floor, it was the size of a needle. It made people speechless. After leaving the 15th floor, Yi Chen directly came to the surface. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. The world of water filled the air, and all the moisture in the air became Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen discovered that there were still many palaces that had not been opened, and there were definitely divine force crystals and law fragments inside. At present, it was still a bit difficult for Su Jing and Murong Qingqing to absorb the divine blood, so divine force crystals were just right for them. Just like this, after another 500 years, Yi Chen swept through the divine ruin and obtained more than 10,000 divine force crystals. He also absorbed some law of 5 elements fragments. The only pity was that he couldn't absorb the other law fragments, nor could he take them away. Time to go. Turning into a fiery light, Yi Chen flew out of the divine ruin. When he first came to the primal chaos battlefield, Yi Chen felt that flying speed was too slow. It would take at least a year to cross a domain, but now Yi Chen only needed 2 hours to cross a domain. After searching one domain after another, Yi Chen finally found news about Su Jing. There was a city in the 9 domains called Celestial Wolf City, which was built by the Celestial Wolf Battle Sage. There were many cities like this in other domains. In the years that Yi Chen had been in the divine ruin, the primal chaos continent had changed a lot. Gangs and all kinds of forces had sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Celestial Wolf City was the #1 force in the 9 domains. Living in Celestial Wolf City required paying 10 million yuan stones every year. In addition, one had to work for Celestial Wolf City. Near Celestial Wolf City, there was a rich mine that produced chaos stones. Chaos stones were a type of cultivation stone that was of a higher grade than yuan stones, and were used for demigods to cultivate. Demigods would need a much longer time to break through if they relied on yuan stones alone. Generally, yuan stones were used to replenish consumption or to set up formations. For example, Celestial Wolf City was filled with all kinds of formations and restrictions. Big sister, why don't we leave Celestial Wolf City and go to other domains? Within an ordinary-looking palace in Celestial Wolf City, there were hundreds of female paragons and 10 or so female demigods gathered. The female demigod in the lead was a peerlessly beautiful woman with very long legs. She wore a long black dress, and just by sitting there, she was extremely graceful, making it impossible for others to look away even if they wanted to. 100 Blossom Hall was a small force attached to Celestial Wolf City. It was made up entirely of women, and the hall master was the Black Flower Battle Sage. She was definitely the #1 beauty in Celestial Wolf City. This kind of beauty was not just in appearance, but also in spirit. You guys are too naive. Celestial Wolf City is the #1 force in the 9 domains, and the Celestial Wolf Battle Sage is the #1 expert in the 9 domains. Even if we escape to other domains, he will not let us go. He might even implicate you guys. Moreover, whether or not we can leave Celestial Wolf City is another matter altogether. Black Flower Battle Sage shook her head helplessly. She had already prepared to sacrifice herself to the Celestial Wolf Battle Sage. Resistance would not help and would only bring disaster to 100 Blossom Hall. As she spoke, Black Flower Battle Sage glanced at the sisters present. These were all sisters she had met in the primal chaos battlefield. There were demigods, heaven-defying paragons, quasi-demigods, and ordinary paragons. Among the large number of paragons was Su Jing. Chapter 1453. Su Jing looked at the Black Flower Battle Saint with a complicated expression. Her elder sister had always treated them well. Without her, Su Jing didn't think she could have lived peacefully until now. Of course, her elder sister also had a domineering side. She made them hand over all their storage rings and saint weapons. Naturally, Su Jing's Sky Saint armor and weapons were all handed over to her. Su Jing didn't hold a grudge. She couldn't keep the Sky Saint weapon with her. Once it was leaked, it would be taken away sooner or later, and she might even be killed. Therefore, when the Black Flower Battle Sage was in trouble, Su Jingting wanted to help him. Unfortunately, with her own strength, she could not help him at all. Ordinary Supreme Beings were the lowest group in the primal chaos battlefield. They could not even protect themselves. If Yi Chun were here, he should be able to help. Unconsciously, Su Jing thought of Yi Chun. In her heart, Yi Chun was omnipotent. When Yi Chun had just arrived at the chaos battlefield, he might only be able to contend against a primary demigod. However, after 20,000 years, Yi Chun must have made great progress. Su Jing firmly believed that. Haha, Black Flower Battle Saint, have you thought it through? I, the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint, don't like to force people, but I won't give you too much time to think. Outside the palace, a large amount of black smoke condensed, forming a tall figure. The figure had a third eye on his forehead, flickering with a frightening cold light. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint, the #1 expert of the 9 regions, was a peak mid-level demigod. Soon, the Black Flower Battle Saint walked out of the palace with a group of sisters. The Black Flower Battle Saint floated up, her long black dress like a black curtain, accentuating her snow-white skin. Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint, I am willing to be your woman. The Black Flower Battle Saint nodded. Good. Black Flower Battle Saint, you are very wise. I am very happy. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint revealed a smile, and his frightening aura gradually eased. Looking at the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint, the Black Flower Battle Saint continued. But I have a request. Speak. The 100 Flowers Hall is my faction. You can restrict my freedom, but you cannot restrict their freedom. Glancing at the people of 100 Blossom Hall, the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint flatly refused. No, since you are my woman, then 100 Blossom Hall belongs to my Heavenly Wolf City. They must listen to my orders. How can they act freely? The Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint had always been domineering. He only needed people to obey him, not conditions. As the two of them were negotiating in the distance of Celestial Wolf City, a streak of fiery light was rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, it was still 1,000 miles away, but in the blink of an eye, it was already right in front of them. It was the blue-robed Yi Chen. This is Tianlang City. Yi Chen sized up the huge city in front of him. This huge city was extremely majestic and domineering. Above the city gates, there were 3 large words, Heavenly Wolf City. It clearly contained a domineering marshal that could be seen and felt from far away. Activating the law of water, the water vapor in the air instantly became Yi Chen's eyes. He could clearly see the inside of Tianlang City. The countless arrays and restrictions were useless before the law of water. Soon, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. He had discovered Su Jing. Whoosh! Transforming into a streak of fiery light, Yi Chen instantly passed through the arrays and restrictions of Tianlang City and arrived in the sky above the 100 Flowers Hall. Su Jing! The flames were extinguished, and Yi Chen slowly spoke. It was Yi Chen's voice. Su Jing hurriedly raised her head and saw the blue-robed Yi Chen. Tears immediately blurred her eyes, and the longing in her heart reached its peak at this moment. She could no longer control herself. In the next moment, the two of them hugged each other tightly, completely ignoring the existence of everyone else. Who is this? He should be little sister, Su Jing's man. He looks quite powerful. How can a heaven-defying supremacy who has comprehended the law of fire not be powerful? But he's too reckless. This is Tianlang City. Isn't he afraid of offending the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint by acting like this in front of him? I hope nothing happens to him. The sisters of the 100 Flowers Hall discussed animatedly. Even the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint and the Black Flower Battle Saint looked over. Letting go of Su Jing's body, Yi Chen stared into her eyes and said warmly, "You've worked hard all these years. In the future, I will never let you suffer again." Yi Chen noticed that Su Jing was not wearing a Heavenly Saint artifact armor. It was not difficult to imagine that many things must have happened in the past. It was already a blessing in disguise that the two of them could meet again. For a moment, Yi Chen was a little annoyed with himself. He should not have comprehended the law of metal and wasted nearly 10,000 years. However, Yi Chen did not seriously consider it. If he had not comprehended the law of metal, he would not have become an elementary demigod and would not have found the exit so quickly. It should be known that the ancient Hoof Battle Saint had also searched for the exit for nearly 10,000 years. If Yi Chen had not become an elementary demigod, he might not have found the exit even now, wasting even more time. Covering Yi Chen's mouth, Su Jing said, "It's already heaven's blessing that we can meet. At least, I waited until you came. By the way, have you found little sister Qingqing?" Su Jing suddenly asked. Yi Chen's face darkened. Shaking his head, he said, "Not yet. I will accompany you to look for her. Don't worry too much. I think little sister Qingqing should be waiting for you, just like me." Yi Chen nodded. A cold light flickered in the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint's eyes. These two were too presumptuous. They did not even take him seriously. Moreover, this heaven-defying sovereign dared to fly above Heavenly Wolf City. He deserved to die 1,000 times over. With a cold snort, the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint's right hand suddenly grabbed at Yi Chen and Su Jing, turning into a giant hand of black smoke along the way. In his eyes, the so-called heaven-defying sovereigns were just ants. Only the 5 sovereigns could fight him. Scram! Yi Chen tilted his head and smashed the giant hand of black smoke with a fire fist. Finally, it landed heavily on the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint's chest. With a sweep of flames, the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint's chest was almost penetrated. His body was charred black and smoking. His appearance was so miserable that everyone was dumbfounded. What? He is an elementary demigod. An elementary demigod who has comprehended the law. He is not a heaven-defying sovereign. Terrifying. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint was seriously injured with one punch. The sky of the 9 regions is going to change. I didn't expect little sister Su Jing's man to be so powerful. He can be said to be invincible. The sisters of the 100 Blossom Hall were both shocked and envious. The one whose expression changed the most was the hall master of the 100 Blossom Hall, the Black Flower Battle Saint. Little sister Su Jing usually kept a low profile, but no one expected her to have such a powerful background. Oh no! Little sister Su Jing's Heavenly Saint artifact was still in her possession. Although she had willingly given it to her, her man might not think the same way. Even a fool would know that little sister Su Jing's Heavenly Saint artifact was given to her by her man. How could an ordinary person possess a Heavenly Saint artifact? The Black Flower Battle Saint panicked. My lord, I have offended you just now. I deserve to die. Please spare my life. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint was severely injured. More than half of his gold, martial, primordial spirit had been destroyed. However, at this moment he had no other thoughts. All he wanted was to survive. Su Jing, how do you think we should deal with him? Yi Chen looked at Su Jing. If Su Jing wanted him to kill, he would kill. If Su Jing wanted him to release, he would release. Chapter 1454. Su Jing looked at Celestial Wolf Battle Saint. Celestial Wolf Battle Saint also looked at Su Jing and begged for mercy. If you are willing to let me go, I am willing to hand over all my savings. Celestial Wolf City is also yours. Kill him, Su Jing said coldly. She would never forget how Celestial Wolf Battle Saint killed 3 sisters of 100 Flower Hall. One of the sisters had been with her for more than 20,000 years, and they were as close as sisters. Bitch, I will make you wish you were dead. Boom! His body exploded into black smoke. When he reappeared, Celestial Wolf Battle Saint was already very far away. He was a life form of the Dark Fog universe and could naturally transform into Dark Fog. You think you can escape? Yi Chen casually threw another fiery fist at Celestial Wolf Battle Saint. This time, the might of the fiery fist was more than 10,000 times greater, and it was billions of times more dazzling than a comet. In an instant, it streaked across the sky and landed on the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint. In the next moment, the Heavenly Wolf Battle Saint's entire body exploded and turned into ashes. The dazzling light illuminated the entire Heavenly Wolf City. Celestial Wolf Battle Saint is dead? Who killed him? He's so strong. Not even the 5 Supremes could kill Celestial Wolf Battle Saint. Unless it was Supremacy Yin, one of the original 5 Supremes and the current Yin Yang Battle Saint. Almost everyone in Celestial Wolf City saw the scene just now and was shocked. Invincible, peerless, Black Flower Battle Saint's heart was touched. Yi Chen gave her many feelings. He was mysterious, powerful, gentle, considerate, and at the same time, indescribably domineering. Compared to Celestial Wolf Battle Saint, Yi Chen was undoubtedly more attractive. Celestial Wolf Battle Saint used his heart to conquer women, while Celestial Wolf Battle Saint used his strength to conquer women. Sister Love Flower, rest in peace. Revenge has been taken. Su Jing thought to herself. Su Jing, who are they? Yi Chen looked at Black Flower Battle Saint and the others. Su Jing introduced. Big Sister is the Hall Master of 100 Flower Hall, Black Flower Battle Saint. She treats us very well. The rest are sisters of 100 Flower Hall. Black Flower Battle Sage, thank you for taking care of Su Jing for so long. Let me give you a little gift. I hope you won't mind. Yi Chen waved his right hand, and hundreds of dazzling specks of light entered the Black Flower Battle Saint's body. These specks of light were the crystallization of divinity. Yi Chen was able to conceal the radiance of the crystallization of divinity with the help of the laws of 5 elements and his cultivation as an elementary demigod, making it less conspicuous. Yi Chen also concealed the radiance of the crystallization of divinity. Yi Chen did not wish for the Black Flower Battle Saint to be killed or be targeted by others because of the crystallization of divinity. Just as the Black Flower Battle Saint was about to refuse, a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. It was a divine power crystal. A single divine power crystal could save a demigod 10,000 years of cultivation. 100 divine power crystals could save at least 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Thank you. The Black Flower Battle Saint revealed a grateful expression, then looked at Su Jing. With a wave of her hand, 3 objects flew toward Su Jing. They were the Sky Saint armor, a Sky Saint weapon, and a storage ring. Sister, these are your things. I'll return them to you. Sister, you won't blame me for taking your things, right? The Black Flower Battle Saint was a bit ashamed. Taking the Sky Saint weapon and the storage ring, Su Jing said in a gentle voice, "How could I? Without you, it would still be a problem for me to live. I believe the sisters of 100 Flower Hall all think the same. Without the Black Flower Battle Saint, there would be no 100 Flower Hall. Without the 100 Flower Hall, everyone would have no home, no power to protect them. Compared to their lives, what were external objects worth?" The next day, Yi Qin and Su Jing left the Sky Wolf City. The Sky Wolf Battle Saint has quite a lot of treasures. Regarding the Sky Wolf Battle Saint's savings, Yi Qin naturally wouldn't be lenient. He took everything he wanted, leaving nothing behind. Even the majority of the Chaos Gem mines near the Sky Wolf City were dug out by Yi Qin and stored in the 5-element space. After comprehending the 5 elements, Yi Qin could open up a 5-element space in the Chaos battlefield. This 5-element space was extremely stable and wouldn't be shattered by the primal chaos principle. The 5-element space was inside Yi Qin's body, which was equivalent to a mobile storage ring. However, the space inside was much higher than that of a storage ring. It was completely suitable for living beings to live inside, no different from the real world. In the 5-element space, a chain of mines stretched as far as the eye could see. In the depths of the mines, there was a paradise filled with birdsong, fragrant flowers, waterfalls, and countless beautiful sceneries. Su Jing sat cross-legged on a piece of flat land, diligently cultivating. With a large amount of divine power crystals, Su Jing could make great progress at every moment. After all, even if her cultivation base was low, her progress was fast. Leaving the 9 regions, Yi Qin arrived at the 8 regions. Yi Qin discovered that the higher the ranking, the more powerful experts there were, and the more treasures there were. There were all kinds of different forces, enough to make one dizzy. In order to search for Murong Qingqing, Yi Qin controlled a large number of forces and had them help him search. He understood that there was strength in numbers. For a moment, Yi Qin's name resounded. Everyone in the top-ranked regions knew of the Green Lotus Sword Saint, who possessed peerless martial strength. Even the 5 Great Supremes were not his opponent. Lord Sword Saint, the 7 regions don't have the person you speak of. Lord Sword Saint, the 14 regions don't have the person you speak of. Lord Sword Saint. Although Yi Qin had searched in other regions before, at that time his strength wasn't very strong, and there were more or less mistakes. This time, Yi Qin ordered all the forces to turn the entire primal chaos continent upside down. Not a single place was left unchecked. One region. This was the only place that Yi Qin's forces did not dare to set foot in. This was because there was also a peerless expert here, the Yin Yang Battle Saint. The Yin Yang Battle Saint was originally one of the 5 Great Supremes. He was called Supremacy Yin, and his strength was comparable to Supremacy Light. However, by chance, not only did Supremacy Yin become a primary demigod, but he also comprehended another type of nomological law, the Yang nomological law. His strength was earth-shattering, and no one was his opponent. Yin Yang City was the Yin Yang Battle Saint's force, and it was the only force in this region. Yin Yang City's main palace. In the spacious and deep palace, the Yin Yang Battle Saint opened his eyes. Is he finally here? Even from far away, he could feel Yi Qin's aura. This aura was something that only he could feel because they were experts of the same level. I'm so excited. I finally have an opponent. The Yin Yang Battle Saint's figure flashed and turned into a white stream of air. His speed was not any slower than Yi Chen's. From afar, the two of them saw each other. Yin Yang Battle Saint. Green Lotus Sword Saint. The two of them introduced each other. I'm looking for someone. I hope you can cooperate, Yi Chen said. I'm happy to cooperate, but the premise is that you can survive my attack. If you die, there's no need for me to cooperate. The Yin Yang Battle Saint smiled, and his battle-intent soared. Yi Chen frowned slightly, but he quickly relaxed. Okay, as you wish. Days without an opponent were very boring. Yi Chen also wanted to know how strong the Yin Yang Battle Saint, who had comprehended 2 top nomological laws, was, and how he compared to his own 5 elemental laws. Straightforward, as expected of an expert who has reached this level. The Yin Yang Battle Saint nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 1455. Let's end this quickly. Yi Chen pulled out the firmament sword, which was covered with a faint 5-colored airflow. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. Metal gave birth to water. Water gave birth to wood. Wood gave birth to fire. Fire gave birth to earth. And earth gave birth to metal. When the 5 elements gathered, the power circulated endlessly and complemented each other. Its power was many times stronger than a single basic law. It could be said that when Yi Chen went all out, no advanced demigod would be a match for Yi Chen as long as he did not comprehend a law. Yi Chen did not go all out to kill the Greenhoof Battle Saint. He only used the law of fire. Of course, the Greenhoof Battle Saint was at the bottom of the advanced demigods. After all, he had just become an advanced demigod. The law of the 5 elements, not bad. The Yin Yang Battle Saint laughed, and a hammer appeared in his hand. Black and white airflow circled around the hammer, combining strength and softness. Let's fight. Yi Chen carried his sword and rushed toward the Yin Yang Battle Saint. Good timing. The Yin Yang Battle Saint met him head-on. Clang! The firmament sword and the hammer collided, producing an earth-shattering sound. The sky above the domain first changed from black and white. Then the 5-colored airflow filled the air. The next moment, chaotic light exploded as if the world was born. Yi Chen and the Yin Yang Battle Saint were both sent flying. The ground below them continued to sink, extending endlessly. So terrifying. What level of battle is this? It has such powerful destructive power. The experts living in the domain were stunned. The material of the chaotic battlefield was very hard. They could not destroy it on a large scale even if they tried their best. However, the battle between the two had spread thousands of miles. This was a scene of destruction. Awesome Yin Yang world. The Yin Yang Battle Saint's body shook. Black and white airflow spread out, shrouding Yi Chen. 5 elements world. A 5-colored airflow burst out from Yi Chen's body. Boom! 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 The Yin Yang world and the 5 elements world continued to collide, neither giving way. Every time the 2 worlds collided, a large expanse of chaotic light sputtered. Wherever the 2 worlds hit, that place would disappear completely. Concealment! Suddenly, Yin Yang Battle Saint disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Yi Chen. As if struck by lightning, Yi Chen's entire body was sent flying. Fortunately, he had the 5-element world and the Xian Wu sacred armor to protect him, so the Yin Yang Battle Saint's hammer didn't kill him. He was only lightly injured. Whoosh! Transforming into a man of fire, Yi Chen counterattacked the Yin Yang Battle Saint. However, the Yin Yang Battle Saint, who had transformed into a white stream of air, was no slower than Yi Chen and was even more agile. You are no match for me, the Yin Yang Battle Saint asked. That's not necessarily true. The flames on Yi Chen's body suddenly surged and faintly glowed green. Correspondingly, Yi Chen's speed also surged. Clang! 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 Yi Chen slashed at the Yin Yang Battle Saint 3 times, sending him into the ground. Wood gave birth to fire. The fire traveling technique combined with the verdant wood body, would make the flames more vigorous and faster. Again, the yin-yang battle, Saint broke out of the ground and attacked Yi Qin. The two fought from day to night and from night to day. They fought for 7 days and 7 nights, but neither of them was able to determine a winner. The surrounding area was a mess. Green Lotus Sword Saint, if you can take my hammer, I promise to cooperate with you to find him. The yin-yang battle, Saint raised the hammer in his hand. Black and white light flowed on the hammer, becoming neither black nor white. Gradually it turned gray, a terrifying gray. The power of the yin and yang laws. Yin-yang battle Saint was the same as Yi Qin. Neither of them could fuse the laws together, which was something only true gods could do. However, there was nothing absolute in this world. Their seas of soul actually had the power of fusing laws, which was formed naturally. It was like putting black water and white water together. They would naturally fuse, and it was not something that could be controlled. Come. The 5-colored stream of air disappeared from the firmament sword in Yi Chen's hand and was replaced by a dazzling 5-colored light. The power of the 5 elements laws. Boom! The entire area shook, and a huge crater appeared in the center. Violent, chaotic shockwaves radiated in all directions with the 2 of them at the center. Countless experts could not escape in time and were annihilated by the chaotic shockwaves. A thick layer of the ground was also shaved off by the chaotic shockwaves. This was a battle of the pinnacle, a battle that ordinary demigods could not imagine. The power of the yin-yang laws and the 5 elements laws could already rival ordinary, powerful demigods to a certain extent. It was just that it could not last for long. About 1/3 of it has been used. In Yi Chen's Sea of Soul, 1/3 of the 5-colored light between the 5 elements laws had disappeared. This made Yi Chen's heart ache. It would take a long time to accumulate the power again. In the future, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would use the power of the 5 elements laws less. Haha, this is great, this is great! The yin-yang battle, Saint put away his hammer and laughed out loud. Yin-yang battle Saint, I don't know if you'll keep your word. Yi Chen was still wary of the yin-yang battle Saint. If the other party did not cooperate, there was nothing he could do. Don't worry, I will keep my word. The yin-yang battle Saint immediately ordered people to find out about Murong Qingxing. 1 month later, I'm sorry, there is no one you are looking for, and there is no news about her. The yin-yang battle Saint shook his head. There is no one. In fact, during this period of time, Yi Chen had also been searching in the first domain. Through the water world, he could explore a large area at once. Unfortunately, Murong Qingxing was indeed not in the first domain, and there was no news about her. Could she be in the chaotic sea? Yi Chen's expression was a bit ugly. The chaotic sea was boundless, and it was many times larger than the chaotic continent. Searching for her by himself was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Is this person very important to you? The yin-yang battle Saint asked. Yi Chen nodded. Very important. You can go to the chaotic forest or the chaotic mountain range to search, the yin-yang battle Saint suggested. The chaotic continent was very large, and the 99 domains were only a relatively safe area. The chaotic forest and the chaotic mountain range were much more dangerous. Chaotic creatures roamed freely inside, and there were even level 7 and level 8 creatures. It was not impossible for level 9 creatures to appear. All right, then, I will take my leave. Yi Chen planned to wait a little longer. If there was no news of Murong Qingxing in the 99 domains, he was prepared to enter the chaotic forest and chaotic mountain range to search for Murong Qingxing. He believed that with his strength, there should not be too much danger. Be careful. I have been to the chaotic forest a few times, and it gives me a very dangerous feeling. You should know what a place that can make me feel dangerous means. The yin-yang battle, Saint reminded Yi Chen. Understood. Thank you for the reminder. A place that could make the yin-yang battle Saint feel dangerous was definitely not an ordinary place. There must be level 8 creatures, or even a level 8 king of chaotic creatures. If he encountered a level 9 creature, he could only resign himself to fate. A level 9 creature was an existence comparable to a powerful demigod. It was not something that the current Yi Chen could contend with. Chapter 1456. It was one thing for his subordinates to search for him, and another thing for himself. After spending 10 years, Yi Chen had searched all 99 domains of the chaotic continent. Unfortunately, there was no sign of Morong Qingqing. There were only 2 explanations for the situation. First, Morong Qingqing was already dead. Second, Morong Qingqing wasn't in the 99 domains. Yi Chen hoped it was the latter. Since he had searched all 99 domains, Yi Chen could only place his target on the chaotic forest and chaotic mountain range. First was the chaotic forest. The chaotic forest was located on the west side of the chaotic continent. Its area was larger than all 99 domains combined. The chaotic forest was shrouded in fog all day. Unless one reached the level of Yi Chen or the Yinyang Battle Saint, not many dared to enter. In the 5-element space, Su Jing was still cultivating. Yi Chen didn't hesitate and entered the chaotic forest. So quiet! Once he entered the chaotic forest, Yi Chen felt like he had entered another world. His soul force swept out and everything was covered in fog. A world of water filled the air and the reflected images were distorted. The chaotic forest had its own set of laws that could distort Yi Chen's law of water. Traveling through the forest, Yi Chen felt a bit depressed. The chaotic forest was a world of its own. The trees were so tall that they reached the clouds. Each tree was several miles or even dozens of miles thick. An extremely dense vitality was emitted, forming a fog. Si. Just as Yi Chen passed by a large tree, a large head bit over. A fishy smell assaulted his nose, making Yi Chen feel slightly disgusted. The 5-element space spread out and blocked the bite. Yi Chen couldn't help but look at the large tree. A green python that was several hundred meters, thick coiled around the tree. At first glance, one would think it was a giant vine. 8th level chaos creature, chaos poison python. 8th level chaos creatures were equivalent to high-level demigods. However, any 8th level chaos creature was stronger than normal high-level demigods because they were born with the power of laws. For example, the chaos poison python was born with the law of poison. Although the level of the law of poison wasn't high, it was very threatening. As long as one wasn't a powerful demigod, one bite would definitely kill them. As expected of the chaos forest, Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He had never fought with a level 8 chaos creature before, so he did not know how strong the other party was. Once it missed its target, the chaos poisonous python opened its mouth and spat out a purple whirlwind. This purple whirlwind was extremely smelly, as if it was made up of all the stinkiest things in the world. Just one whiff of it would make one feel as if they would fall into hell and never be able to reincarnate. Instead of dodging the purple whirlwind, Yi Chen activated the 5 elemental laws. The 5 elemental world expanded ferociously. Not only did it disperse the purple whirlwind, it even struck the chaos poison python's body. The primal chaos venomous python was sent flying away along with the tree that was wrapped around it. Not bad, but not my match. Yi Chen reckoned that level 8 chaos creatures should be equivalent to relatively powerful high-level demigods. Some of the stronger ones were equivalent to top-notch high-level demigods. A level 8 king of chaos creatures was equivalent to a peak high-level demigod. Although the chaotic forest was large, Yi Chen's scouting speed was fast. After 200 years, Yi Chen had already explored most of the chaotic forest and fought with countless chaotic life forms. There were level 6 chaos creatures, level 7 chaos creatures, and level 8 chaos creatures. There was even a level 8 king of chaos creatures. A level 8 king of chaos creatures, was only slightly weaker than Yi Qin. The power of laws it contained was very dense, and it was hard to kill. After 300 years, Yi Chen had searched the entire chaotic forest once, but he still couldn't find any trace of Morong Qingqing. Thinking about it, in such a harsh situation, even supremes couldn't survive, and even demigods couldn't survive. What Yi Qin didn't know was that there was a place deep in the chaotic forest that he hadn't explored yet. The fog there was 100 times thicker than other places. The strangest thing was that the fog could reflect light. If one didn't enter it, they wouldn't be able to notice this place, and it was very easy to overlook. In the thick fog, there was a black monster the size of a mountain lying there sleeping. The air it exhaled was the fog. Chaotic mountain range. Although he knew that it was unlikely for Morong Qingqing to be in the chaotic forest or chaotic mountain range, Yi Chen still wanted to look for her. Compared to the chaotic forest, the chaotic mountain range was much hotter. There was plenty of light, and there were fewer chaotic creatures here. After 150 years, Yi Chen arrived at the depths of the chaotic mountain range. So hot! Yi Chen discovered that the closer he got to the depths of the chaotic mountain range, the hotter the temperature became. This kind of temperature was no longer a normal temperature. It was a temperature that could annihilate a demigod. Gradually, the scarlet-red ground was replaced by a magma lake. This was an incomparably huge magma lake. It was blood-red in color, and endless flames were spewing out from the magma lake, forming boundless waves of fire. The 5 elements whirled unfolded, and Yi Chen passed through the waves of fire. It's impossible for anyone to be here. It seems like Morong Qingqing isn't in the primal chaos continent. While heaving a sigh of relief, Yi Chen began to worry. If Morong Qingqing wasn't in the primal chaos continent, where could she be? He continued to search carefully. Yi Chen didn't want to let go of any possibility. Unknowingly, Yi Chen arrived at the center of the magma lake. The temperature here was already close to the limit of a mid-level demigod. Only high-level demigods could fly here and not get hurt. He didn't know if it was Yi Chen's illusion, but Yi Chen vaguely sensed that a terrifying crisis was approaching. Rumble! Just as Yi Chen raised his guard, a monstrous wave of fire soared into the sky. Accompanying the wave of fire was a blood-red dragon. This dragon was too big, estimated to be thousands of miles long. In the primal chaos battlefield, an honorable could only maintain the figure of an ordinary person and couldn't change too much. Even a demigod could only change a little. Therefore, the bigger the body, the stronger the strength of the chaos creature. A chaos creature that was thousands of miles long was definitely not as simple as a level 8 chaos creature. It was also unlikely that it was the king of level 8 chaos creatures. After taking a closer look, Yi Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Level 9 chaos creature, Chaos Fire Dragon. A level 9 chaos creature was comparable to a powerful demigod. This was definitely not something that Yi Chen could contend with. Run! Without any other thoughts, Yi Chen used the fire travel technique and fled frantically. Roar! The Chaos Fire Dragon roared into the sky, and the terrifying sound wave quickly caught up with Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt as if his soul was about to float away, and his entire body fell uncontrollably into the magma lake. Too strong. Is this the power of a level 9 chaos creature? Yi Chen was shocked. He didn't stop using the fire travel technique and shuttled through the magma lake. As the magma lake was formed by the convergence of flames, the speed of using the fire travel technique was even faster. However, the Chaos Fire Dragon was even faster. In a short while, it caught up with Yi Chen and clawed at him. Bang! The magma lake shook, and Yi Chen, who had turned into a flaming man, exploded. Fortunately, he quickly condensed his body and continued to flee. I can't stop! Yi Chen felt the crisis of death. He had used the power of the 5 elemental laws just now. If it was just the fire travel technique, he would have been killed. Chapter 1457. 5 Elemental Fire Escape. With no other choice, Yi Chen used the 5 elemental laws again. His body emitted a hazy rainbow light, and his speed increased by 10 times. In a flash, he was 10,000 miles away. The Chaos Fire Dragon did not give up. It turned into a fire dragon and chased after him. Its fire-traveling technique was no lower than Yi Chen's, but it was not as good as the 5 elemental fire escape. After 10 minutes, Yi Chen completely lost the Chaos Fire Dragon and came to the edge of the chaotic mountain range. That was close. Letting out a heavy breath, Yi Chen still had some lingering fear in his heart. Level 9 creatures were too strong. There was no way to fight back. Only the merged laws could be relied on. The 5 elemental laws have been used up. It's not good to take risks now. Looking at his sea of soul, there was only a faint trace of the rainbow light between the 5 elemental laws. After all, the power of 5 elemental laws was not fused by Yi Chen. It was formed naturally, and its quantity was limited. If Yi Chen had fused the 5 elemental laws on his own initiative, then the power of 5 elemental laws would be practically limitless, just like how he could use fire and water elemental laws. Green Lotus Sword Saint, I plan to go to the Scarlet Continent. Are you interested? On this day, the Yin Yang Battle Saint suddenly came to visit. Scarlet Continent. Yi Chen had never heard of it before. The Yin Yang Battle Saint smiled. It seems that you haven't heard of the Scarlet Continent. That's right, most people haven't. Let me explain. Those who come to the chaotic battlefield all want to enter the legendary Heaven Realm and continue cultivating. Those who are not strong enough can only rely on luck. For example, gathering all the gold chaos symbols and blue chaos symbols. But for the 2 of us, our strength is enough. In fact, as long as we have the strength of a high-level demigod, we're qualified to enter the Heaven Realm. We don't need the gold chaos symbols or the blue chaos symbols. Oh, I see. This was the first time Yi Chen had heard of it. The Yin Yang Battle Sage continued. In order to enter the Heaven Realm, we must reach the Crimson Continent. The Primal Chaos Talisman is actually a one-time use space-time teleportation talisman. However, it is passive and will only activate after 100,000 years. With the strength of the 2 of us, we can definitely pass through the Sea of Chaos and reach the Crimson Continent by ourselves. What kind of place is the Scarlet Continent? Yi Chen asked. The Crimson Continent is the place closest to the Heaven Realm. As it is close to the Heaven Realm, it is extremely fertile. There are countless treasures and opportunities. Some lucky people might appear on the Crimson Continent when they first arrive at the Primal Chaos battlefield. The person you are looking for might also be on the Crimson Continent. The Yin Yang Battle Saint explained. How far is the Crimson Continent from the Chaos mainland? Yi Chen was tempted. The Chaos Ocean was boundless. If he was unlucky, he might not be able to find anyone in the Chaos Ocean even after 10 million years. He might as well go to the Crimson Continent to search. If he was not on the Crimson Continent, he could just leave the Crimson Continent and continue searching. If he could find him, everyone would be happy, and he could stay on the Crimson Continent. I don't know about this. I only know that the Scarlet Continent is in the east of the Primal Chaos Continent. Yin Yang Battle Saint shook his head. All right, let's set off as soon as possible. Yi Chen did not want to waste a single moment. No problem, we can set off tomorrow. The Yin Yang Battle Saint smiled. The Chaos Ocean was full of dangers. Although he had the strength to look down on high-level demigods, he could not guarantee that he could reach the Crimson Continent safely. However, with the addition of Yi Chen, the danger would be much lower. If the 2 of them worked together, they could even last a few rounds against ordinary, powerful demigods. The next day, the 2 of them set off. Very few people knew about this. With the departure of the 2 of them, the Primal Chaos Continent was destined to be chaotic once again. Previously, with the 2 of them around, many major forces did not dare to act recklessly. afraid of angering the two of them. The chaos ocean was turbulent as if there was no end to it. Green Lotus Sword Saint, this is the divine wine that I personally brewed. Try it. While flying at high speed, the yin-yang battle, Saint tossed a wine gourd to Yi Qin. Taking the wine gourd, Yi Qin took a sip. Good wine. As soon as the wine entered his stomach, Yi Qin felt warm all over his body. It should be known that at his current realm, there were very few wines that could make him feel this way. Correspondingly, the wine that could make him feel this way must be extraordinary. The yin-yang battle saint said proudly, I spent 1,000 years brewing this divine wine. There are only 10 gourds. Give me another gourd. Yi Qin smacked his lips. This wine was really good. If you want it, exchange it with something. The yin-yang battle saint rolled his eyes at Yi Qin. Did he really think that divine wine was cabbages? He could brew it, but the materials were difficult to find. At most, I'll help you find the materials. Yi Qin laughed. After spending some time together, the two of them were considered familiar and appreciated each other. Wait until you find the person. The two of them chatted as they flew toward the east. In the far east, there was a crimson continent. Although it was called a continent, it was very high above sea level. The edge of the continent adjacent to the coast was clearly covered with cliffs. In the middle of the crimson continent was a river. This river was very long and just happened to divide the continent into two. The continent on the left was very bright with a clear sky. The continent on the right was shrouded in darkness. In the corner of the continent on the left, there were many ancient-looking castles standing there. In one of the castles, a beautiful woman was meditating. In front of her was an incense burner. The incense burner emitted a fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy. The speed of thinking naturally increased by 100 or even 1,000 times, which was very beneficial to cultivation. Sister Morong, this year's ancient fragrance pill is here. This is yours. A beautiful woman in a light yellow dress walked in and handed a pill to the woman. Thank you, sister. The woman opened her eyes, a smile on her face. The woman was Morong Qingqing. Her cultivation was many times higher than when she entered the primal chaos battlefield. She was already at the peak of legend rank. It is said that next year, our ancient fragrance castle will have an important person descend to select outstanding talents to be groomed. Sister Morong has improved so quickly, you might have a chance to be chosen. The beautiful woman said enviously. Morong Qingqing shook her head. I don't want to be chosen. The less trouble, the better. Why? The beautiful woman felt a little strange. I'm waiting for someone. Morong Qingqing said bluntly. Waiting for who? He shouldn't be in the Crimson Continent. Our luck is good. After 100,000 years, we can directly enter the Heaven Realm. It might not be the same for other places. We need to gather a set of golden primal chaos talismans or a set of blue primal chaos talismans. There might not even be one in 1,000 people who can gather both. The beautiful woman shook her head. I believe he will come. Morong Qingqing's expression was firm. The Crimson Continent was very big. There were many places that were similar to castles. Some were towers, some were tribes, and some were crystal spheres. Every place was shrouded in a mysterious power. This power was incomparably profound and could actually isolate the primal chaos law. Of course, the primal chaos law was everywhere and had a much larger range. Chapter 1458. The primal chaos ocean was extremely dangerous. The longer one drifted, the more dangers one would encounter. In 1,000 years, Yi Qin and the yin-yang battle saint had encountered 3 level 9 chaos creatures. If it weren't for their outstanding strength and the fact that their soul seas contained the 5 elemental laws and the yin-yang laws, they would have died 3 times already. That was close. The yin-yang battle saint tossed a gourd of divine wine to Yi Qin. This was the last 2 gourds of divine wine. Gulp. The yin-yang battle saint took a sip first, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said, I underestimated the danger of the chaotic ocean. The chances of a high-level demigod reaching the Crimson Continent alive are very low. Staying in the chaotic continent is actually the best choice. Maybe we're just unlucky, Yi-chan said after receiving the divine wine. Then we're really unlucky to encounter 3 level 9 chaos creatures in 1,000 years. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. The yin-yang battle saint wore a helpless expression. While the two of them were rushing to the Crimson Continent, others were also rushing to the Crimson Continent. Some were already close to the Crimson Continent, while others had just set off. What the two of them didn't know was that there wasn't just one Chaos Continent in the primal Chaos battlefield. There were a total of 8 of them, and they were located in 8 different directions of the Scarlet Continent. Due to the distance, the 8 Chaos Continents wouldn't interact with each other. Of the 8 Chaos Continents, Yi Chen's direction had the least people. There were only 2, Yi Chen and the Yin-Yang Battle Sage. The Chaos Continent with the most people had 9 life forms heading towards the Scarlet Continent. Rumble. The huge waves reached the sky, and an incomparably huge sea snake darted out of the sea, pouncing toward the 3 universe life forms. Level 9 Chaos Creature, Chaos Sea Divine Snake. Run! Of these 3 cosmic beings, the first 2 had comprehended the law of light and darkness and the law of life and death, respectively. The last one was the strangest. His entire body was wrapped in a terrifying energy. The cosmic life form that comprehended the law of light and darkness turned into a beam of chaotic light and shot out. The cosmic life form that comprehended the law of life and death turned into an incorporeal body that existed between life and death like a ghost. As for the last one, he actually did not comprehend the laws, but his strength was not the slightest bit weaker than the first 2. In fact, he even surpassed them. Whoosh! The 3 of them were extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to shake off the Chaos Sea God Snake. Battle Sage Huangxin, your divine power is truly powerful. We had to use the light and darkness rule power and the life and death rule power to escape from the Chaos Sea Divine Snake. But you only need to use your divine power, and you can maintain it for a long time. The cosmic life form that comprehended the law of light and darkness said enviously. Battle Sage Royal Heart was a cosmic life form with a large head and eyes that looked like giant gems. He said proudly, once you activate the light of the soul, you can also refine divine power. Activating light of the soul is easier said than done. I really don't know how a freak like you did it. Haha, why do I feel that it's very easy? On the contrary, comprehending the laws is much more difficult. Battle Sage Royal Heart was both proud and envious. If he could comprehend the principle, his strength would rise to an extremely terrifying level, enough to rival a powerful demigod. Battle Sage Royal Heart was not the only one who had refined divine power. In another direction, there was also a female battle sage called Divine Dancing Archer Sage, who had also refined divine power. When she shot an arrow, it could destroy and pierce through everything. Brother, one day I will become a true god and revive you. The godly dancing archer sage looked down at the jade pendant on her chest. It was a gift from her brother. Ancient Fragrance Castle. A green-haired woman dressed in azure clothes said to Murong Qingcheng, "You are very lucky. Your aptitude can only be considered ordinary compared to others. But in our Ancient Fragrance Castle, it is an extremely good aptitude. Our Ancient Fragrance Castle does not value cultivation aptitude, but rather your innate constitution. The better your innate constitution, the faster your progress in our Ancient Fragrance Castle." Why does our Ancient Fragrance Castle not value cultivation aptitude? Murong Qingcheng asked doubtfully. The green-haired woman said, "There are 3,000 great Taos, and every one of them can be walked to the extreme. The Tao of our Ancient Fragrance Castle is originally different from other Taos. As for the essence of it, even I only know a little. This is an ancient fragrance, divine vein diagram. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck. The green-haired woman waved her right hand, and a diagram fell into Murong Chingching's hand. This was a diagram of fresh flowers. The fresh flowers in the diagram looked vivid and lifelike, even more realistic than real fresh flowers. But upon closer inspection, one could see that the lines of the fresh flowers were very simple, and only a few strokes were needed. Murong Chingching exclaimed in her heart. Although her cultivation level was not high, she could more or less see that this diagram was very profound. It could only be understood, but not explained. Many thanks, Lady Qinghua. Murong Chingching kept the ancient fragrance, divine vein diagram. The green-haired woman descended from the heaven realm and was a powerful demigod. And the ancient fragrance castle belonged to the mighty true god Ancient Fragrance. Back then, when Murong Chingcheng was teleported to the Scarlet Continent, she caught the eye of the true god Ancient Fragrance's envoy and was brought to the Ancient Fragrance Castle. She mysteriously became a member of the Ancient Fragrance Castle. Of course, it was also because of this that her cultivation was able to improve by leaps and bounds. In a short 20,000 years, she had already reached the peak of the legendary Paragon realm. In these 1,000 years, her improvement was even faster. Under the guidance of the green-haired woman, Murong Chingcheng successfully became a demigod. Murong Chingcheng had a feeling that if she could comprehend this ancient fragrance divine vein diagram, she should be able to become a beginner demigod. Another 5,000 years passed. Yi Chen and the Yin-Yang battle, Saint finally saw the Scarlet Continent. From afar, the Scarlet Continent gave off a very oppressive feeling. It was as if a continent was about to break out of the water. It was incomparably huge and majestic. There really is a Scarlet Continent, haha. The Yin-Yang battle Saint was excited. In reality, he did not dare to confirm the existence of the Scarlet Continent and had only heard of it. Yes, Yi Qin was also excited. He had some doubts about the Yin-Yang battle Saint's words, but he felt that there was enough time. It did not matter if he accompanied the Yin-Yang battle Saint. Let's go. Faster. The Yin-Yang battle Saint speed soared as he swept toward the Scarlet Continent. Yi Qin followed closely behind. In a short while, the two of them arrived at the Scarlet Continent. Buzz! An invisible force pulled the two of them to the left continent where there was plenty of light. Two more. Not bad. Around the two of them, powerful life forms appeared one after another. Yi Qin and the Yin-Yang battle Saint were shocked to discover that these life forms were no weaker than level 9 chaos creatures. They were obviously powerful demigods. With so many powerful demigods appearing at once, it was hard for the two of them not to be shocked. You are? The Yin-Yang battle Saint asked. A female demigod with a pair of butterfly wings on her back said, "We are the messengers of the true gods. We are responsible for receiving you here." Messengers of the true gods? How many true gods are there? Yi Chen was very curious. He wanted to know how many true gods there were. A powerful demigod the size of a small mountain said, "The heaven realm has a total of 7 main gods, namely the Chaos main god, Sword god, Demon god, Undying main god, Destruction main god, Life main god, and Death main god. Every main god has a certain number of follower gods. As for how many true gods there are, we are also not clear, because some true gods like to travel alone. No one knows where they are." Chapter 1459. To a certain extent, true gods were no longer afraid of the law of chaos, especially the main gods. They had their own main god world, where the law of chaos could not interfere with them. They could completely control the cycle of life and death in the main god world. Although ordinary true gods weren't as powerful as main gods, they could still roam the primal chaos. The primal chaos was too vast. Even true gods couldn't roam the entire primal chaos. Fortunately, true gods had endless lives. They could use their endless lives to explore the primal chaos. Since ancient times, many true gods had been born in the heaven realm. Some true gods were unknown. Other than the main god of chaos, no one knew how many true gods there were. Sword god, demon god? Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had never heard of sword god. Demon god was the main god of demons. Of course, this was only Yi Chen's personal opinion. Perhaps the demons were just a random race created by demon god. After all, as the main god, demon god could not only create races in the heaven and earth universe. Main god, subordinate god, this is so interesting. The heaven realm is greater and more charming than I imagined. Yin Yang Battle Saint yearned. A powerful, illusory demigod said coldly, "Don't be happy too early. Although geniuses like you are rare, there are still many of them in all the universes. Moreover, a new batch of universe geniuses is born every million years. Once you enter the heaven realm, you will no longer be as unique as before. If you don't work hard enough, you may soon become a second-rate character. What's the point if there is no challenge?" Yin Yang Battle Saint did not take the others' words to heart. Among the 7 overgods, the Chaos Overgod is the supreme overgod and is absolutely neutral. The other 6 overgods oppose each other. Our Radiance Divine Alliance has 3 overgods, namely the Sword God, the Immortality Overgod, and the Life Overgod. The life seeds of the 2 of you are the life seeds of our Radiance Divine Alliance, which is why you were drawn to the Radiance Continent, which is the Darkness Continent. According to the path of your cultivation, you can choose to join a true god. How do we choose? Yi Chen asked. For now, you won't be choosing a true god. The true gods will choose you first. If only one true god chooses you, you can only join that true god. If there are more than one, you can choose one of them. There are 3 overgod stones here. They are the Divine Sword Stone, the Immortal Stone, and the Stone of Life. A powerful demigod, filled with boundless vitality, pointed at the Yin Yang Battle Saint. The Yin Yang Battle Saint took a step forward. The next moment, 3 mysterious stones appeared out of thin air above the Yin Yang Battle Saint's head. One of the stones lit up. It was the Stone of Life. Your path of cultivation is suitable for the core god of life's deity system. Now, you will begin the second stage of the test. The Divine Sword Stone and the Stone of Eternity disappeared, and smaller stones appeared all around the Stone of Life. Each stone carried the aura of the Overgod of Life, but they were all slightly different. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A total of 3 stones lit up. The true god of all things, the Azure God, and the Skylark God are all suitable for your path of cultivation. Please choose one. The Yin Yang Battle Saint did not speak. He stared at the 3 stones. Although they were only 3 stones, he could see many things. These stones seemed to have been specially refined by a true god. Even if it was just a trace of aura, one could see endless possibilities, see the changes of all things, and see a part of the cultivation path of this true god. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Since I am suitable for the core god of life's deity system, can I choose the core god of life? The Yin Yang Battle Saint suddenly asked. No, the powerful demigod filled with boundless vitality said, only if the Stone of Life keeps flashing would it mean that the Stone of Life values you. Unfortunately, it doesn't. All right then, I choose the true god of all things. The Yin Yang Battle Saint said, Welcome to the Temple of the Universe. The powerful demigod who was the size of a small mountain revealed a smile. The Yin Yang Battle Saint was quite talented. As the messenger of the true god of all things, he naturally hoped that the Yin Yang Battle Saint would choose the Temple of the Universe. It's your turn. The powerful demigods looked at Yi Chen. Compared to the Yin Yang Battle Saint, Yi Chen was clearly a demigod who cultivated the Sword Tao. He should be suitable for the Sword God deity system. Of course, those who cultivated the Sword Tao did not necessarily have to join the Sword God deity system. There were also sword cultivators and other deities. Yi Chen took a step forward. The next moment, 3 Master God stones appeared above Yi Chen's head. Buzz, 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 buzz. What shocked the powerful demigods was that the Sword God Stone and the Immortal Stone actually flashed at the same time. Even the Stone of Life lit up. This meant that the Sword God Stone and the Immortal Stone had chosen Yi-Chin, and Yi-Chin could also join the core god of life's deity system. This situation was almost impossible. The Yin-Yang Battle Saint's eyes almost popped out. He was both envious and shocked. "You, which deity system will you choose?" a powerful demigod asked. Yi-Chin could choose any of the three deities. Yi-Chin said, "I choose the core god, Sword God." There was no need to consider at all. Yi-Chin would naturally choose the Sword God. As for the Sword God's follower god, Yi-Chin didn't even consider it. "Are you not going to consider the immortal deity?" A powerful demigod filled with an immortal aura said, unwilling to give up. Being chosen by the Immortal Stone meant that Yi-Chin was the best choice. It would be a pity not to fight for it. "There's no need." Yi-Chin shook his head. "That's good." Sigh. The powerful demigod filled with an immortal aura sighed and said in a loud voice, "Shadowless Sword Saint, are you still not coming out? Your Sword God Palace has gained another member." Without a sound, a powerful demigod with a sharp aura appeared. "Who is it?" As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Yi-Chin. "Ha, good. Welcome to our Sword God Palace. Let me tell you, our Sword God Palace is the hardest to join among the 6 core gods. This is because every member of our Sword God Palace is a true expert of the Sword Tao. All right, we all know how powerful the Sword God Palace is. Can you stop showing off?" The other powerful demigods were extremely envious. "Haha!" The Shadowless Sword Saint laughed loudly. "The woman in your 5 elemental space should come out too. Let's see which true god is suitable for her." Yi-Chen's 5 elemental space could fool Yin-Yang battle sages, but it couldn't fool the powerful demigods present. After a while, the results of Su Jing's test came out. Su Jing was also suitable for the Sword God Pantheon, but the Sword God Stone didn't choose her. The ones who chose her were the Desolate God, the Barbarian God, and the Beast God. Su Jing chose the Beast God. "Come, follow me to the Sword God Palace." The Shadowless Sword Saint pulled Yi-Chin away. "Wait," Yi-Chin suddenly said, "have you seen her?" Yi-Chan waved his right hand, and the image of Morong Ching-Ching appeared. "I've seen her before. She joined our Ancient Fragrance Castle. Our Ancient Fragrance Castle belongs to the great True God Ancient Fragrance, and True God Ancient Fragrance belongs to the Sword God Pantheon," the powerful demigod with butterfly wings on her back said. She was the envoy of True God Ancient Fragrance. Chapter 1460. Just like that, Yi-Chan was in the Sword God Palace. Su Jing was in the Beast God Valley, and Murong Ching-Ching was in the Ancient Fragrant Castle. Although the 3 of them were not under the same true god, they were from the same celestial system and could meet each other frequently. Yi-Chin gave Murong Ching-Ching a lot of the divine power crystals that he had obtained to help her become an elementary demigod as soon as possible. Currently, Murong Ching-Ching was a demigod, and Su Jing was slightly weaker, at the peak of the legendary supremacy. However, after joining the Beast God Valley, there should be a period of rapid development, and it would not be difficult for her to reach the demigod level. After getting rid of his worries, Yi-Chin started to calm down and focus on his cultivation. Just like what the Sword God Emissary Shadowless Sword Saint had said, it was very difficult to join the Sword God Palace. In the entire Scarlet Continent, the Sword God Palace only had Yi-Chin. The other true gods had more or less some members under them. When the Primal Chaos battlefield opened, many people were directly teleported to the Scarlet Continent, and Murong Ching-Ching was one of them. What is a sword? A will that can move unhindered in the Primal Chaos. The reason why the members of the Sword God Palace can fight 1 against 10 is not because of our high cultivation, but because we have a sharp sword in our hearts that can cut through all restraints. The Shadowless Sword Saint thought very highly of Yi-Chin. In the Heaven Domain, there were not many members of the Sword God Palace. Although he was a sword god emissary, there was nothing special about him. As long as one was a member of the sword god palace, anyone could become a sword god emissary. However, Yi Qin was different. Since he was chosen by the sword god stone and the immortal stone, and the stone of life did not reject him, it meant that he was really special. He might even become a peak figure in the sword god palace and lead the sword god palace into battle. Such a person naturally had to be treated with caution. Is it because of the sword of soul? Yi Qin said. That's right. Although the sword of the soul is also part of the light of the soul, it's definitely the best of the light of the soul. With the sword of the soul as the core, the divine power condensed is invincible and unstoppable. You haven't reached the realm of the sword of the soul yet, and you haven't condensed divine power, so the gap between you and others isn't that great. Once you reach that stage, the gap will start to show. Before that, you must think of a way to research heart force and focus most of your energy on heart force, with laws taking second place. In fact, although your current realm of laws isn't comparable to most powerful demigods, most demigods haven't comprehended the 5 elements or the laws of yin and yang like you have. For example, I only comprehended the laws of shadow and wind. The shadowless sword saint's figure flickered, and suddenly 8 shadowless sword saints appeared. 7 of them were shadows. When the shadows dissipated, the shadowless sword saint turned and a whirlwind rushed into the sky. The shadowless sword saint's figure immediately became blurry, and he came and went without a trace. This was the advanced wind walking technique, which had already been integrated into the laws of wind. What a high realm! Yi Qin was secretly shocked. He could see that the shadowless sword saint's 7 shadows all had very high combat power, and they were almost no weaker than the original body. Moreover, the shadowless sword saint's wind-walking technique was integrated with the laws of wind, not to mention chasing the opponent. He did not even know where the opponent was. How could he chase after the opponent? This had already reached another level. The shadowless sword saint explained, when you reach the level of the sword of soul, it will be much easier to comprehend the laws. At that time, you will be one of the strongest demigods. The shadowless sword saint was very envious of Yi Qin and the yin-yang battle sage. Of the 2 of them, one had comprehended the laws of 5 elements, and the other had comprehended the laws of yin-yang. When they condensed their divine power, it would be amazing. This word was personally written by the great sword god, although it is only a projection, and the real body is in the heaven domain sword god palace. To you and me, it is still a great inspiration. You can look at it often and find out the mysteries within. The shadowless sword saint brought Yi Qin to the core of the sword god palace. There was a stone tablet there, and the word sword was written on it. The word sword had a total of 9 strokes. Yi Qin realized that this word only had 1 stroke. Although it was only 1 stroke, it did not affect the overall effect. It was as if the word sword was in a complex space-time and the connection could be seen but not found. How amazing! Yi Qin was completely immersed in it, and he did not even know when the shadowless sword saint left. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed, and Yi Qin woke up. 1,000 years have passed? Yi Qin could not feel the passage of time at all, and he did not feel that he had comprehended anything. It was as if 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. That's normal. When I first saw this word, it took me 3,000 years to wake up. You are already very fast. The shadowless sword saint suddenly appeared and said with a smile, time no longer had much meaning to demigods. The golden martial path Yuan spirit could allow the weakest elementary demigod to live for more than 100 million years. Every once in a while, Yi Qin would come to observe the word sword. The first time, he woke up after 1,000 years. The second time, it was 800 years. The third time, it was 500 years. The fourth time, it was 300 years. The fifth time, it was 100 years. The sixth time, it was also 100 years. Unknowingly, it had been 40,000 years since Yi Qin came to the primal chaos battlefield. Straight but not straight, curved but not curved. There is a curve in the straight and a straight in the curve. Illusory and real change, and it all depends on one's heart. As he chanted, a faint misty light was emitted from within Yi Chen's body, and it was abnormally sharp. This is really special. In such a short time, he found the entrance to the Sword of Soul. The shadowless Sword Saint praised. It was very difficult to reach the Sword of Soul level. Some people spent countless years and couldn't even find the entrance. Yi Chen hadn't reached the Sword of Soul level yet, but at least he found the entrance. As long as the time was right, he would definitely step into this realm. When Yi Chen woke up, the misty light suddenly dissipated. On the 45,000 years since Yi Chen came to the primal chaos battlefield, a powerful demigod from the Sword God Palace descended. Shadowless Sword Saint, long time no see. This powerful demigod clearly recognized the Shadowless Sword Saint and smiled. The Shadowless Sword Saint sized up the other party. Sweet Dew Sword Saint, I didn't expect you to descend. The Sweet Dew Sword Saint status in the Sword God Palace was higher than his. She had comprehended the law of water, the law of wood, and the law of wind. It's rare for my Sword God Palace to have a new member. How is his talent? The Sweet Dew Sword Saint asked. His talent is very good. He has comprehended the law of 5 elements and has already found the entrance to the Sword of Soul. Oh, really? He has actually comprehended the law of 5 elements? The Sweet Dew Sword Saint was somewhat curious. She spread her divine energy and instantly discovered Yi Chen, who was observing the word. Transforming into a drop of sweet dew, the Sweet Dew Sword Saint instantly appeared above Yi Chen. He didn't disturb Yi Chen and just waited quietly. After 100 years, Yi Chen woke up and discovered the Sweet Dew Sword Saint and the Shadowless Sword Saint. The Shadowless Sword Saint introduced. This is the Sweet Dew Sword Saint. This time he descended and brought you a Sword Tao Divine inscription diagram. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask him. Naturally, you can also ask me. Sword Tao Divine inscription diagrams were extremely precious. One could only bring them down with the permission of the higher-ups. Chapter 1461. Sword Type Divine Inscription Diagram. Yi Chen was puzzled. The Sweet Dew Sword Saint explained. Every single sword-type divine inscription diagram contains a sword-type divine art. Only a true divinity of the sword would be able to create a sword-type divine art. A divine art can contain any type of law. Look at my divine art, Sweet Dew. It contains the law of water, the law of wood, and the law of wind. The Sweet Dew Sword Sage clenched her right hand, and a treasure sword condensed from Sweet Dew appeared. With a wave of the Sweet Dew sword, the void instantly became moist, and the ground was covered in sweet dew. Yi Chen suddenly discovered that his body was also sprinkled with the sweet dew, but he didn't have any reaction at all, as if the sweet dew had appeared out of thin air. Although the sweet dew did not display any killing power, Yi Chen did not believe that it did not have any power. It was clear that the Sweet Dew Sword Sage had shown mercy. Comprehending a divine art from the Sword Tao Divine inscription diagrams varies from person to person. In truth, a true divine art requires a law of divinity. You possess the 5 elemental laws. If you can comprehend a divine art from the Sword Tao Divine inscription diagrams, the might of that divine art would be inconceivable. Naturally, you've just started to comprehend a divine art, so your attainment would be very shallow. You still need time to perfect it. The Sweet Dew Sword Saint explained. At this moment, the Shadowless Sword Saint continued. Other than this, the usage of the divine inscription diagrams isn't so simple. Even if one can't comprehend a divine art, as long as they can comprehend a trace of it, it would be extremely beneficial to one's cultivation base. Divine arts created by true divinities aren't only used for killing. They are also the essence of the martial Tao. Yi Chen nodded. Since it was a divine skill, it was naturally marvelous beyond words. With a wave of her right hand, a painting landed in Yi Chen's hand. The sweet Du Sword Saint spoke. This is an initial level sword type divine inscription diagram. Comprehend it well. As for what divine techniques you can comprehend, that will depend on your own luck. Yi Chen opened the painting and saw a few drops of blood on it. It was so simple that it made one's hair stand on end. How marvelous! With just one glance, Yi Chen was captivated. From these few drops of blood, he could see countless possibilities. The painting seemed simple, but the content contained within was unimaginable. Just like that, Yi Chen spent half of his time observing the word and the other half comprehending the divine inscription diagram. Comprehending a divine art from a divine inscription diagram was countless times more difficult compared to what Yi Chen had imagined. 15,000 years had passed, yet he had no clue at all. However, there seemed to be something new in his heart, and he would occasionally have a flash of inspiration. Shadowless Sword Saint, how long do you think it will take for him to comprehend the divine skill? In a pavilion of the Sword God Palace, the sweet Du Sword Saint and the Shadowless Sword Saint were drinking and chatting. Occasionally, they would look at Yi Chen's progress through space. After drinking a mouthful of wine, the Shadowless Sword Saint spoke in a low voice. In our Sword God Palace, the fastest person to comprehend the first divine art is the idealistic Sword Saint. He spent 30,000 years. The second fastest is the incomparable Sword Saint, spending 35,000 years. As for the Green Lotus Sword Saint, his talent is extremely high. I estimate that he would also spend 50,000 years or less. The sweet Du Sword Saint nodded. Back then, the idealistic Sword Saint comprehended the laws of yin and yang. The incomparable Sword Saint comprehended the laws of life and death, while the Green Lotus Sword Saint comprehended the laws of the 5 elements. Their foundations are roughly the same, and the difficulty of comprehending a divine art is roughly the same as well. If there are no accidents, he should be able to comprehend his first divine art within 50,000 years. It could be said that comprehending a divine art wasn't difficult, but it wasn't simple either. Sometimes, with a flash of inspiration, a divine art might appear. Naturally, for the same divine inscription diagram, the divine art comprehended by each person would be different. Under the situation where the foundations were the same, depending on one's comprehension abilities, the divine art comprehended would be slightly weaker, slightly stronger, and also similar. However, the style of the divine art comprehended would be different. The Undying Deity Palace's luck is truly off the charts this time around. That divine dance archer saint, although he didn't comprehend any laws, he has condensed godly energy. His combat prowess is unrivaled in the entire primal chaos battlefield. The topic shifted to the divine dance archer saint as the Shadowless Sword Saint spoke. After condensing godly energy, comprehending the laws is only a matter of time. But after comprehending the laws, condensing godly energy would take a very long time. The Undying Deity Palace has truly picked up a treasure. The sweet Du Sword Saint sighed in admiration. The powers of the god lords were all deity palaces. The Sword God Palace belonged to the Sword God Palace. The Undying God Palace belonged to the Undying God Palace. The Life God Palace belonged to the Life God Palace. The Devil God Palace belonged to the Devil God Palace. The Destruction God Palace belonged to the Destruction God Palace. The Death God Palace belonged to the Death God Palace, and the Primal Chaos God Palace belonged to the Primal Chaos God Palace. However, over at the Darkness Continent, the Destruction Deity Palace also has a new member that has condensed godly energy. His name is the Royal Heart Battle Sage. There are so many universes in the Primal Chaos battlefield, and the Primal Chaos battlefield only opens once every 1,000,000 years. It's inevitable that there would be some demon-level geniuses appearing. It's not worth being surprised. With regards to these demon-level geniuses, although the sweet Du Sword Saint was filled with admiration, he wouldn't be shocked. He had lived for countless years and had seen all sorts of characters before. The sword god palace's idealistic sword saint and lofty sword saint were both extremely outstanding characters. However, even now, they had yet to break through to the true god realm. Compared to a true god, geniuses weren't even worth mentioning. Year 65,000 since Yi Chen arrived at the primal chaos battlefield. Drifting blood. Staring at the few drops of blood on the painting, Yi Chen could feel a desolate and cruel aura. This aura grew stronger and stronger, causing Yi Chen to gain new insights with every passing moment. Year 68,000 in the primal chaos battlefield. A sharp aura suddenly gushed forth from Yi Chen as the few drops of blood flashed past. The hearts of the shadowless sword saint and the sweet dew sword saint jolted as they hurriedly glanced over. This aura? The shadowless sword saint had a look of bewilderment on his face. This is the sign of comprehending a divine art. He has already sensed the essence of the divine inscription painting. As long as the essence is present, no matter how the divine art transforms, its might would still be the same. Year 70,000 in the primal chaos battlefield. So this is the case. Yi Chen opened his eyes. He raised his right index and middle fingers and tapped out. Pooh! In the air, a few drops of blood flashed past as the stench of blood permeated the air. Even though they were separated by space-time, the shadowless sword saint and the sweet dew sword saint could still smell the stench of blood. 25,000 years. He comprehended it faster than the idealistic sword saint and lofty sword saint. The shadowless sword saint and the sweet dew sword saint exchanged glances. The speed of comprehending the first divine art didn't mean that Yi Chen's comprehension was higher than the idealistic sword saint and the lofty sword saint. But at the very least, it meant that Yi Chen was a genius on the same level as the idealistic sword saint. After countless years, the idealistic sword saint and the lofty sword saint had long reached the pinnacle of the demigod realm. Below the true god realm, they were almost invincible. Is this the power of a divine art? The energy is completely restrained and condensed within a few drops of blood. The 5 elemental laws also naturally fused into it. Before this, Yi Chen's strongest attack was the 5 elemental laws. However, the 5 elemental laws required time to accumulate, and it was impossible for him to fight for a long period of time. Now that he had a divine art, things were different. He could completely maintain his peak combat prowess for a long period of time. Also, Yi Chen had yet to perfect this divine art, and there was still room for improvement. When the time came, the might of this divine art would surely be even more terrifying. Let's name this divine art Drifting Blood. Drifting blood. The blood of his enemies was drifting. Chapter 1462. The Radiance Continent and the Darkness Continent were separated by a mountain range called the Scarlet Mountain Range. Legend had it that the Scarlet Mountain Range was stained with the blood of a true god and contained divine stones. However, ordinary people couldn't enter the Scarlet Mountain Range. The pressure of the mountain range was enough to crush mid-level demigods to death. Only high-level demigods could resist the pressure. A streak of fire flew up the mountain. It was Yi Chen. In order for a divine artifact to upgrade, it had to absorb divine stones. The law fragment could only upgrade one aspect of the divine artifact, not all aspects. Since the Scarlet Mountain Range contained a large number of divine stones, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Other than the Firmament Sword, he wanted to get a few more Sky Sage artifact swords. If possible, it would be even better if he could upgrade it to 4 or even 5 stars. The Scarlet Mountain Range was desolate, and there was a faint aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if mortals were in the wilderness, filled with helplessness and desolation. After flying past a mountain, Yi Chen suddenly stopped. PFFF. A few drops of blood flew out, and a big hole appeared on the mountain. After entering the hole, Yi Chen found a stone pillar covered with divine stones. At a glance, there were at least 30 of them. After cutting off the divine stones, Yichen flew out of the hole and continued his search. Searching for divine stones was very boring. Sometimes one couldn't find a single divine stone even after 100 years. Of course, there were times when one was lucky and could find over 100 divine stones in a day. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years had passed, and Yichen had finally obtained more than 1,000 divine stones. 1,000 divine stones wasn't a small number. One had to know that a supreme weapon could become a 1-star Earth Sage artifact after fusing one divine stone. A 1-star Earth Sage artifact with 9 divine stones would become a 1-star Sky Sage artifact. A 1-star Sky Sage artifact with 80 divine stones would become a 9-star Sky Sage artifact, and a 9-star Sky Sage artifact with 100 divine stones would become a divine artifact. Divine artifacts were the weapons of true gods. There were only 3 ways for a demigod to obtain a divine artifact. The first was to be specially refined by a true god. The second was to be extremely lucky and obtain an ownerless divine artifact. And the last was to use divine stones to upgrade it. No matter which one it was, it would be extremely difficult. Yichen had a lot of Earth Saint swords, more than 300 of them. Half a month had passed, and 1,000 divine stones had been used up. Yichen now had 79-star Earth Saint swords in his possession. Unfortunately, he had also destroyed 50 Earth Saint swords in this period of time. Not every Earth Saint sword could withstand the impact of the divine stones. Still not enough. Yichen planned to make as many 9-star Earth Saint swords as possible and upgrade them to Heavenly Saint swords one by one. Before that, he would not upgrade the Firmament sword's grade. The Firmament sword was a 3-star Heavenly Saint weapon, and it had devoured the Wind Law fragment during this period. It was very precious. He would upgrade the Firmament sword's grade when he had enough 3-star Heavenly Saint swords. Day after day, year after year. Another 15,000 years passed. It has been 90,000 years since Yichen came to the primal chaos battlefield. There were only 10,000 years left until the 100,000 years. When the 100,000 years were up, the Scarlet Continent would bring them into the Heaven Realm. A total of 189-star Earth Saint swords. Not bad. After 15,000 years, the number of 9-star Earth Saint swords in Yichen's possession had reached 180. As for the other Earth Saint swords, they had all been destroyed. As time passed, more and more people came to the Scarlet Mountain Range. Some were from the Radiance Continent, and some were from the Darkness Continent. Both sides seemed to be very restrained, and there were very few battles. This continued until the 95,000 year. Boom! A wave of divine stones surged into the sky, and the dazzling radiance of the divine stones was like a rising sun. Sword God Palace, sweet, dew sword, Saint revealed a look of envy. If it wasn't for the fact that we can't leave the Sword God Palace, I would want to rob them. This should be a divine stone pit. Places with more divine stones in the Scarlet Mountain Range would form a divine stone pit. There would be at least a few thousand divine stones in the pit, and some could even reach 10,000. Isn't that so? But if that happens, the Scarlet Continent will be in chaos. Shadowless Sword Saint also had a look of envy. The Scarlet Continent had its own laws. True God emissaries, or powerful demigods that descended from the Heaven Realm, could only stay in specific places. Looking at the divine stone radiance rising from the east, Yichen couldn't help but hold his breath. Whoosh! Using the 5 elemental fire escape technique, Yichen's speed soared to the limit. 15 minutes later, Yichen arrived at his destination. This place was already in chaos. There were people from the Radiance Continent, and there were people from the Darkness Continent. Among them, 2 people attracted Yichen's attention. One was a female battle sage who used bows and arrows as her weapon. Yichen recognized her. She was the divine dancing archer sage of the immortal palace. She had already condensed divine power, and her strength was unfathomable. The other person was a cosmic life form with a huge head and eyes like giant gems. He had also condensed divine power, and he seemed to be called the Royal Heart Battle Sage. In the middle of everyone was a dazzling pit. Inside the pit, countless divine stones lay, sparkling and glaring. Clearly, someone had found the divine stone pit. Unfortunately, the commotion was too big, and it attracted the nearby people. Then a great battle broke out, and it became the current chaotic battle. At least 10,000. Yi Chen estimated the number of divine stones. Green Lotus, Sword Sage, come and help. When the time comes, we will divide the divine stones among ourselves. In the Radiance continent, everyone knew each other. This was the time to unite. Okay. Yi Chen joined the battle without hesitation. He did not think of monopolizing the divine stones. Otherwise, not only would he annoy the people of the Radiance continent, but he would also become the target of public criticism. Originally, the Radiance continent was in a slight disadvantage. After Yi Chen joined in, the Radiance continent immediately suppressed the people of the Darkness continent. Yi Chen's opponent was called the Revolution Battle Sage. He had comprehended the law of life and death. Unfortunately, he had not comprehended a divine skill. Although he had many tricks up his sleeve, he was still in a difficult situation under the divine skill, floating blood. I can't stop him. The Revolution Battle Sage shouted. He had already used the power of the law of life and death. Seeing that the power of the law of life and death was diminishing, he panicked and wanted to ask for help. Revolution Battle Sage, let's change opponents. A voice came. The Revolution Battle Sage looked over and saw the Black Blood Battle Sage. The Black Blood Battle Sage had comprehended a divine skill 3,000 years ago, and his strength was second only to the Royal Heart Battle Sage. Okay. The Revolution Battle Sage hurriedly flew to the Black Blood Battle Sage. Your opponent is me. The Black Blood Battle Sage blocked Yi Chen. You can't stop me. With the firmament sword in hand, Yi Chen continuously performed the divine skill, floating blood. Let's give it a try. The Black Blood Battle Sage also performed the divine skill. Numerous blurry black sparrows flew out, bringing with them the aura of doomsday. Uft, uft, uft. The blood and the black sparrows collided, triggering a series of shock waves. However, Yi Chen was obviously stronger. A drop of blood splashed on the Black Blood Battle Sage. Uft. The drop of blood seemed small, but the impact was extremely terrifying, sending the Black Blood Battle Sage flying. After comprehending the divine skill, floating blood, Yi Chen did not waste his time. Floating blood was becoming more and more perfect. It was not something that the Black Blood Battle Sage, who had only comprehended the divine skill for 3,000 years, could compare to. Chapter 1463. Because he had comprehended a godly technique, the Black Blood Battle Sage's attack power was much stronger than that of the Revolving Wheel Battle Sage. However, his defense was not as strong as the Revolving Wheel Battle Sage. When this drop of blood hit him, he felt as though his body was about to explode. His golden martial path, primordial spirit, was damaged. Why is his divine skill so powerful? Black Blood Battle Sage could not understand. No wonder the Revolving Battle Sage had comprehended the rule of life and death, which allowed him to ignore damage to a certain extent. Take another strike from me. Yi Chen wielded the firmament sword and attacked again with the floating blood divine skill. Black Blood Battle Sage had no choice but to use the rule of yin and yang. Previously, Black Blood Battle Sage divine skill contained a separate rule of yin and yang. Now, with the complete rule of yin and yang, the form of the divine skill changed. Not only did the black sparrow become clearer, its eyes turned from black to gray, and its claws also turned from black to gray. Only its feathers remained black. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The black sparrow let out a doomsday-like cry and swooped down at Yi Qin. Rumble! The blood and the black sparrow collided and died together. However, at this moment, several black feathers passed through the chaotic airflow and shot at Yi Qin. Ding, ding, ding. Using his fingers as a sword, Yi Qin smashed the black feathers. The combination of the rule of yin and yang with the divine skill is indeed extraordinary. Yi Qin's eyes brightened as he integrated the rule of 5 elements into the floating blood divine skill. Previously, the floating blood divine skill was a few drops of fresh blood. Now, it was a few drops of bright blood that emitted a 5-colored light looking even sharper. Uft! Black Blood Battle Sage could not block this attack. A drop of blood penetrated his chest, and blood flowed out of all his orifices. Before coming to the Crimson Continent, except for the Royal Heart Battle Sage and the Divine Dancing Archer Sage, everyone's strength was about the same. Now, however, whoever comprehended the divine skill would be stronger. Those who had not comprehended the divine skill were instantly at a disadvantage, such as the Revolving Battle Sage. Relying on the power of the floating blood divine skill, Yi Qin suppressed Black Blood Battle Sage badly, even worse than the Revolving Battle Sage. The Revolving Battle Sage focused on defense, which was much better. No, I can't take it anymore. Battle Sage Black Blood's face was pale. In just a short period of time, his martial primordial spirit had sustained significant damage. If this continued, it would be detrimental to his future cultivation. In his opinion, only the Royal Heart Battle Sage was a match for Yi Qin. Since they couldn't win, they could only escape. Royal Heart Battle Sage was being held up by the Divine Archer Sage, so there was no chance for him to rescue them. The Green Lotus Sword Sage is so strong, even the Black Blood Battle Sage is no match for him. Haven't you heard? The Green Lotus Sword Saint was chosen by both the Sword God Stone and the Stone of Immortality, and the Stone of Life did not reject him. So that's how it is. No wonder he comprehended the divine skill so early. In our Radiance continent, he and the Divine Dancing Archer Sage should be the strongest. There were only a dozen or so people on both sides, and they were basically evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. Yi Qin's overwhelming battle was particularly eye-catching, and it caused everyone to discuss it. Damn, how is this Green Lotus Sword Saint so powerful? The Royal Heart Battle Sage frowned. He had seen Yi Qin's battle strength. Although he was very confident in himself, he didn't think that he could easily suppress Yi Qin. At most, he could rely on his divine power to slowly gain the upper hand. 6 stars of destruction. The Divine Dancing Archer Sage suddenly launched a divine skill. Sky Raising Strike. The Royal Heart Battle Sage also used a divine skill. The two had long reached the light of the soul level, so comprehending a divine skill was not difficult for them. The Divine Dancing Archer Sage had comprehended a divine skill 8,000 years ago, and the Royal Heart Battle Sage had comprehended a divine skill 7,500 years ago. Boom! 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 The divine skills clashed, and the resulting explosion radiated everywhere. In the end, the Royal Heart Battle Sage and the others were defeated. Yi Qin first drove away the Black Blood Battle Sage, then helped the others. In the end, the Royal Heart Battle Sage knew that he could not turn the tide and reluctantly left. A total of 16,400 divine stones. We have 8 people here, so each person has an average of 2,050 divine stones, the Divine Dancing Archer Sage said. All right, no problem. Everyone beamed with joy. Anyone would be happy to receive 2,000 divine stones in one go. With 2,050 divine stones, Yi Qin was much more confident. He prepared to upgrade the 180 9-star Earth Saint swords to 1-star Heaven Saint swords. After spending 500 divine stones, Yi Qin obtained 30 Heaven Saint swords. The rest were either destroyed or exploded. The failure rate of upgrading a 9-star Earth Saint sword to 1-star Heaven Saint sword was too high. It was already good enough to have 30 swords. Next was to upgrade the 2-star Heaven Saint sword. Every time a quintessential saint artifact advanced by 1 star, it would need to fuse with 10 pieces of divine stones. After spending 800 divine stones, 12 of the 31-star Heaven Saint swords were upgraded to 2-star Heaven Saint swords. After spending 450 divine stones, 3 of the 12 2-star Heaven Saint swords were upgraded to 3-star Heaven Saint swords. In the end, Yi Chen was left with 300 divine stones. Let's take a gamble. It was time to upgrade the Firmament sword to a 4-star Heaven Saint sword. If he was unlucky and the Firmament sword was damaged, he would still have 3 3-star Heaven Saint swords. After taking a deep breath, Yi Chen tried to fuse the divine stones into the Firmament sword. 2 hours passed. Buzz! The Firmament sword's sword chi surged, and the sword hummed incessantly. Yi Chen's luck was pretty good. The Firmament sword successfully upgraded to a 4-star Heaven Saint sword. After reaching the level of a 4-star Sky Saint weapon, the Sky Sword source had become a lot richer, and the space, wind, and water laws inside had also become more complete. Yi Chen estimated that right now, even if he did not use the power of the 5 elements, he would still be able to beat the Black Blood Battle Saint using the power of the Yin and Yang laws. Every time a Sky Saint weapon reached a star level, its power would increase by at least a couple of times. Unknowingly, 100,000 years passed. On this day, countless streams of light flew toward the Scarlet Continent from all directions. Then, the gigantic Scarlet Continent broke out of the water and soared into the sky like a divine turtle. The Scarlet Continent flew. How terrifying is the power needed to make the entire continent fly? Some people exclaimed, "This should be the means of a true god. Mortals can't imagine it." The Scarlet Continent was wrapped in a primal chaos light. It led everyone through time and space and flew into the sky. It kept flying as if there was no end. The true god emissary on the Scarlet Continent didn't stay idle either. He started to test everyone. The results were out. The Sword God Palace still only had Yi Chen. The Immortal Palace had one more person. Including the Divine Archer Sage, there were 2 people. The Life God Palace also had 2 people. Apart from these 3 main god factions, the other true god factions all had many members. However, Yi Chen didn't see Dugaju and the others. This made him sigh. If he missed this opportunity, it would be 1,000,000 years before he could enter the Heaven Realm again. Of course, 1,000,000 years wasn't long. Maybe in 1,000,000 years, Dugaju would already be a demigod. Pop! After an unknown amount of time, the Scarlet Continent passed through a thin membrane. "We've entered the Heaven Realm." The sweet Dew Sword Sage and the shadowless Sword Sage smiled. Yi Chen raised his head in confusion. Chapter 1464. Upon entering Heaven Realm, Yi Chen saw 7 suns. The one in the middle was the largest, while the other 6 were slightly smaller. These 7 suns were so huge that even though they were separated by space and time, they gave off a huge pressure. Different from ordinary suns, although these 7 suns also emitted light and heat, their auras were completely different. The largest sun emitted a simple and unadorned aura, as if it was even more ancient than the heavenly realm. The other 6 suns either emitted a sharp light, like a blade or a sword, or a gentle light, exuding vitality, or an eternal, immortal, and indestructible light, or a dark light, like a fallen night or a blood-red light, filled with destruction, or a gloomy and cold light, revealing the charm of death. In addition to the 7 suns, there were many stars surrounding the suns. Some of the stars were larger, almost as big as the sun. Some of the stars were dim, as if they would disappear at any moment. There were also stars that flickered with a diamond-like glow. The 7 suns represent the 7 main gods, and the stars represent ordinary true gods. Once a main god or true god dies, the sun and stars they represent will be extinguished. Sweet Dew Sword Sage explained, true gods can also die. Yi Chen asked. The shadowless Sword Saint nodded and said, of course. True gods are immortal and indestructible. However, there are some places in the primal chaos that are dangerous even for true gods. Once they fall into one of those places, they will most likely die. Other than that, god wars often occur in the heaven realm. The sword god and the demon god are mortal enemies. The immortal master god and the destruction master god, and the life master god and the death master god are also natural enemies. Their subordinate gods will often start god wars and cause chaos in heaven realm. Heaven realm is a blessed land, but it is also the source of war. Our goal is to become true gods. Before that, we naturally have to live well and work hard to improve ourselves. After living together for more than 50,000 years, Sweet Dew Sword Sage and Shadowless Sword Sage had a clear understanding of Yi Chen. This was an extraordinary genius. As long as he didn't die, he would have extraordinary achievements in the future. It was very likely that he would become an existence like idealistic sword sage and incorporeal sword sage. There was even a chance that he would become a true god in the future. I will work hard. Although it was just a few words, Yi Chen could still faintly feel the difference in the heaven realm. This was a higher stage, and it required more hard work. Arriving at the heaven realm, Yi Chen, Su Jing, and Morong Qingqing had to separate. Yi Chen had to go to the heaven realm's sword god palace. Su Jing had to go to the beast god valley, and Morong Qingqing had to go to the ancient fragrant castle. Fortunately, the three of them were all members of the sword god divine branch. Although their future living places were very far apart, at least they were in the same region. It was just that the heaven realm was too big, and every true god's sphere of influence was very big, even if they were from the same divine branch. Let's go! Sweet Dew Sword Sage and Shadowless Sword Sage brought Yi Chen to the teleportation array. This was the teleportation array that led to the Sword God Palace. If he were to travel on his own, it would take him a long time to reach his destination. With a flash of light, the three of them disappeared without a trace. The Sword God Palace was incomparably huge. As for how big it was, Yi Chen couldn't even see it clearly because he could only see the tip of the iceberg. But this tip of the iceberg was already countless times bigger than the primal chaos continent. It was like an island world floating in the sky. Islands were connected to each other, and below and around the islands were white clouds. On the islands were continuous buildings, and every floating island emitted an astonishing sword intent. The gate of the Sword God Palace was in the clouds. It was a simple stone gate that was 300,000 meters tall. Its entire body was stone gray, and a sharp sword was floating above the gate. The sword intent emitted by this sharp sword could cut through the space-time of the heaven realm. Yi Chen secretly compared it and discovered that his 4-star Heavenly Saint artifact, the Firmament Sword, was not even comparable to a firefly. Green Lotus Sword Sage. Don't underestimate this sword. This sword is a true divine sword. It has a complete spiritual consciousness, and its combat strength is not inferior to a peak demigod. Just a trace of sword chi can easily annihilate us. Sweet Dew Sword Sage said with reverence, "Divine sword." Yi Chen inwardly clicked his tongue. There was a group of powerful demigods patrolling outside the gate of the Sword God Palace. Seeing Yi Chen's group, a powerful demigod flew over. "Sweet Dew Sword Sage, Shadowless Sword Sage, you are back! And this is..." Shadowless Sword Sage introduced. "Tiger, Subdue, Sword Sage. This is Green Lotus Sword Sage, a new member of the Sword God Palace. Green Lotus Sword Sage, this is Tiger, Subdue, Sword Sage." "Greetings, Tiger, Subdue, Sword Sage." Yi Chen cupped his fists. "Tiger, Subdue," Sword Sage laughed. "My Sword God Palace has very few members. This time our luck is not bad. We actually have a new member. Under normal circumstances, Sword God's Palace would only accept a new member every 2 million years. This caused Sword God's Palace to have very few members. Of course, this was only in comparison to other true God forces. Actually, after countless years, Sword God's Palace still had many members. After all, elementary demigods could live for over 100 million years, and powerful demigods could live thousands or even tens of thousands of times longer than elementary demigods. After passing through the gate of the Sword God Palace, Yi Chen's group arrived at the first island. Green Lotus Sword Sage, you are still an elementary demigod. Although your battle prowess is shocking and close to that of a powerful demigod, according to the rules of the Sword God Palace, you can only receive the elementary Sword Sage token and the elementary Sword Sage attire. After arriving at a palace, Shadowless Sword Sage helped Yi Chen obtain a token and a set of attire. The token was gold with an ancient sword carved on it. The attire was very special, and the aura it emitted was very similar to the entire Sword God Palace. The Sword Sage token is proof of identity. The Sword Sage attire is the specialty of the Sword God Palace. With the token and the attire, you can enter the Sword God Palace freely. Of course, you cannot enter some forbidden areas as you wish. Apart from that, the Sword Sage attire also has defensive capabilities. It can be stacked with a sacred armor. Shadowless Sword Sage introduced the Sword Sage token and the attire to Yi Chen. After obtaining the token and the attire, Yi Chen began to choose his island. The Sword God Palace was split into 4 regions. The first region was the Elementary Sword Saint Island. The second region was the Intermediate Sword Saint Island. The third region was the Advanced Sword Saint Island, and the fourth region was the Core region. Only the true core members could stay there. As an Elementary Sword Saint, Yi Chen could only choose an island in the Elementary Sword Saint region. Yi Chen chose his island very quickly under the guidance of Sweet Dew Sword Sage and Shadowless Sword Sage. Green Lotus Sword Sage, you can contact me and the Shadowless Sword Sage directly if you need anything in the future. We are in the Advanced Sword Saint region. Sweet Dew Sword Sage was the same as the Shadowless Sword Sage. They were both advanced demigods, but they were advanced sword saints. All right. Yi Chen agreed, but he sighed inside. The Sword God Palace really was an over-god organization after all. Sweet Dew Sword Sage and Shadowless Sword Sage were both powerful demigods, yet they were unable to stay in the core region. This showed just how high the average quality of the Sword God Palace was. Probably only those who had reached a certain level of strength could stay in the core region. It had nothing to do with cultivation. Chapter 1465. Even if I have enough god blood, it won't be easy to become a mid-level sword saint. Green Lotus Island was the island where Yi Chen lived. In the blink of an eye, 20,000 years had passed since he came to Green Lotus Island. Even though the heavenly realm was rich in resources and the heaven and earth Yuan Qi had a powerful nourishing effect, 20,000 years had passed, and Yi Chen still hadn't been able to reach the next level and become a mid-level sword saint. He estimated that if he wanted to become a mid-level sword saint in a short time, what he needed wasn't resources, but pressure. One was born in worries and hardships, and one died in peace and happiness. This was true everywhere. Let's go out for a walk. In the past 20,000 years, Yi Chen hadn't learned much about the Elementary Sword Saint Island area. He had spent all his energy on breaking through. Since he couldn't break through, Yi Chen didn't plan on wasting his time on a dead end. After leaving Green Lotus Island, Yi Chen flew towards the center of the Elementary Sword Saint Island area. Elementary Sword Saints could walk freely in the Elementary Sword Saint Island area. Only some restricted areas were restricted. Brother, I'm Dan Yin. Why haven't I seen you before? Flying in the sea of clouds, Elementary Sword Saint approached him. I'm Green Lotus. I just joined the Sword God Palace not long ago. To outsiders, Yi Chen treated Green Lotus as his title. Only his friends would tell him his real name. Dan Yun's sword saint was very enthusiastic. When he heard that Yi Chen was new, he took the initiative to be Yi Chen's guide. Yi Chen couldn't have asked for more. Green Lotus Sword Saint, this is the sacred sword tower. There are 1-star to 9-star Earth Saint swords. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can have as many sacred swords as you want. The Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint brought Yi Chen to a towering pagoda. How do I obtain contribution points? Yi Chen asked. For example, if you help a sword saint greatly, he might give you a certain amount of contribution points. However, the easiest way to obtain contribution points is to challenge the Sword God Pagoda. There are a total of 36 levels in the Sword God Pagoda. Passing the first level will give you 100 contribution points. The second level will give you 200 contribution points. The third level will give you 400 contribution points, and so on. The further you go, the more terrifying the contribution points you will get. Normally, beginner sword saints can only make it to the 9th level. The first level gives 100 contribution points. Yi Chen's brows twitched. Although the first floor's 100 contribution points was not much, it would double with each floor. In this case, the 21st floor would be worth 100 million, not to mention the 36th floor. Dan Yin's sword saint laughed. There will never be enough contribution points, other than the first free Sword Dao Divine inscription. You'll have to use contribution points to exchange for new Sword Dao Divine inscription diagrams. Sword Dao Divine inscription diagrams are divided into 3 grades: beginner, mid-grade, and high-grade. The worst beginner Sword Dao Divine inscription diagram requires 100,000 contribution points. The best one requires over 100 million contribution points, and the worst mid-grade one requires 1 billion contribution points. The best one requires over 50 billion contribution points, not to mention the high-grade one. I see. Hearing Dan Yin's sword saint's explanation, Yi Chen also felt that he would never have enough contribution points. Although he had already comprehended an initial grade floating blood divine inscription, Yi Chen also knew that it wasn't enough. In the future, he would definitely have to comprehend mid-grade divine inscriptions or even high-grade ones. Dan Yin's sword saint continued. In our Sword God Palace, there are over 1,000 initial grade Sword Dao Divine inscription diagrams. Although I'm untalented, I've already comprehended 15 initial grade divine inscriptions. Normally speaking, the more initial grade divine inscriptions you comprehend, the higher the chances of comprehending a mid-grade one. If not, even if you were given a mid-grade divine inscription diagram, you might not be able to comprehend it. Yes, Yi Chen nodded. This is the Saint Weapon Pagoda. Other than saint swords, there are all kinds of saint weapons here. This is the Mission Pagoda. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can issue missions of a certain difficulty. For example, asking people to help you search for materials, asking people to help you uncover secrets. The area of the initial grade Sword Saint Island was extremely vast. After a few months, Dan Yin's Sword Saint finally brought Yi Chen across half of the island. This is the Sword Discourse Arena. Your luck isn't bad. Sword Saint Snowheart is currently practicing her initial grade divine inscriptions. Today, the two of them arrived at a gigantic island. In the center of the island, there was a square-shaped platform. On the platform, a female sword saint was currently practicing her swordsmanship. Around the platform, a sea of people could be seen. The swordsmanship I'm practicing now is the initial grade divine inscription diagram I comprehended from the 128th initial grade Sword Dao Divine inscription diagram. Watch carefully. The silver-haired Sword Saint Snowheart had pointy ears and a tall stature. She held her breath and slashed out with her sword. In the air, snowflakes danced as a teardrop of sword chi pierced through the air. This teardrop was extremely inconspicuous. It didn't emit any energy fluctuations at all. yet it contained a soul-stirring might. From afar, Yi Chen could already feel his yuan shin being pierced through. He believed that it was the same for the others. Yi Chen's countenance changed. The Snow Heart Sword Saint was the same as the Sweet Dew Sword Saint. Both of them were powerful demigods. However, the Snow Heart Sword Saint seemed to be much stronger than the Sweet Dew Sword Saint. They weren't even on the same level. The symbol of a powerful demigod was their god force and law energy. However, the difference in strength was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. For example, a demigod who had just condensed his god force and comprehended one law energy was a powerful demigod. A demigod who had condensed his god force and comprehended 10 laws energy was also a powerful demigod. Even among powerful demigods, the difference in their comprehensions of the divine arts would also be huge. The Dan Yin Sword Saint sighed in admiration. He then explained to Yi Chen, "Don't be so shocked. The Snow Heart Sword Saint is an ultimate sword saint." Ultimate sword saint? Yi Chen looked at Sword Saint Dan Yin. In the Sword God Palace, there are only 4 ranks of sword saint: elementary sword saint, intermediate sword saint, advanced sword saint, and ultimate sword saint. The first 3 ranks are related to one's cultivation, and the prerequisite to becoming an ultimate sword saint is to be an advanced sword saint. Not only must one condense divinity, but all other aspects must also be perfected. For example, one must reach the peak of the 9th order sword intent, the peak of the 9th order sword domain, and the perfection of the 9th order spirit body. Most importantly, one must comprehend complementary laws such as the law of life and death, the law of yin and yang, and the law of the 5 elements. In the Sword God Palace, he is an ultimate sword saint. In the other real god forces, he is an ultimate battle saint. However, in terms of power, our Sword God Palace's ultimate sword saint is outstanding. Dan Yun's sword saint's eyes were filled with pride. He was proud of Sword God Palace, perfection in every aspect and perfection in the laws as well. He is indeed worthy of being called an ultimate sword saint. Yi Chen nodded. If he had to put it in perspective, ultimate sword saints and ultimate battle saints were equivalent to peak powerful demigods. The threshold to become a powerful demigod was very low. As long as one condensed god force and comprehended the laws, one would be a powerful demigod. The threshold to become an ultimate sword saint or ultimate battle saint was ridiculously high. Chapter 1466. This is the elementary grade divine art I comprehended from the 160th elementary grade divine inscription diagram, sky blue. This is the elementary grade divine art I comprehended from the 172nd elementary grade divine inscription diagram, suspended sound sword. Sword Saint Snow Heart performed dozens of primary godly skills in one breath. He performed each skill 9 times. During these 9 times, sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was fast, and sometimes it was slow. Sometimes it was split up and performed in segments. He tried his best to let the audience see it clearly, to reduce the difficulty of comprehending it. Sword Saint Scarlet Cloud. How many elementary grade divine arts has Sword Saint Snow Heart comprehended? Yi Chen exclaimed. Sword Saint Scarlet Cloud replied, "According to what I know, a few million years ago, Sword Saint Snow Heart comprehended over 200 elementary grade divine arts. I wonder if he has comprehended any new elementary grade divine arts in the past few million years. Not only that, Sword Saint Snow Heart has comprehended 6 mid-grade divine arts. In terms of strength, he can be considered as one of the strongest ultimate sword saints in our Sword God Palace." Amazing! Yi Chen sighed in admiration. He had spent 25,000 years to comprehend the elementary grade divine art, drifting blood. But even now he had yet to completely perfect it. Yi Chen didn't need to ask to know that Sword Saint Snowheart had already comprehended over 200 elementary grade divine arts. If not, he wouldn't have taken them out to show off. Yi Chen didn't leave. He carefully observed Sword Saint Snowheart's performance of the elementary grade divine arts. Although it was the same divine inscription diagram, every Sword Saint would comprehend different elementary grade divine arts. But no matter what, they all originated from the same source. Watching others executing their divine arts, one would more or less gain some insights and inspiration. Within 10 days, Sword Saint Snowheart demonstrated a total of 272 elementary grade divine arts. That was an average of 20 to 30 elementary grade divine arts per day. After he finished, Sword Saint Snowheart departed. Haha, my sword Chidanxia is finally perfected. The Dan Cloud Sword Saint laughed uproariously. The sword Chi Rosy Glow was the initial grade divine inscription he comprehended from the 350th set of divine inscriptions. The higher the number, the more difficult it was to comprehend. But correspondingly, the power of the divine inscriptions would also be greater. Generally speaking, no initial grade sword saint would be willing to slowly comprehend an initial grade divine inscription according to the number of the divine inscriptions. If they did that, the increase in their strength would be too slow. For example, there was basically no difference between the first and second divine inscriptions. Hence, the majority of initial grade sword saints were the same as the Dan Cloud Sword Saint. They would choose one or two of the more difficult initial grade divine inscriptions to comprehend. At this current stage, I shouldn't focus on breaking through. Such matters can't be rushed. I should earn more contribution points to exchange for the initial grade divine inscription diagrams. According to what the Sweet Dew Sword Saint said, comprehending divine arts is also a kind of tempering for one's body. Maybe when one comprehended an initial grade divine art, their cultivation base would naturally break through. Yi Chen silently mused. After spending a few more months, the Dan Cloud Sword Saint brought Yi Chen around the entire initial grade Sword Saint Island region, after which the two of them parted ways and Yi Chen returned to the Green Lotus Island. 5,000 years later, Yi Chen's initial grade divine art, Drifting Blood, was finally perfected. His strength rose to another level. It's time to challenge the Sword God Pagoda. Yi Chen wanted to see how many floors of the Sword God Tower he could reach with his current strength. The Dan Cloud Sword Saint reached the 14th level. There were a total of 4 Sword God Pagodas. The first one was located in the initial grade island region and had 9 levels. The second one was located in the mid-grade island region and had 18 levels. The third one was located in the high-grade island region and had 27 levels. The fourth one was located in the core region of the Sword God Palace and had 36 levels. Yi Chen first arrived at the first Sword God Pagoda in the initial grade island region. As soon as he arrived, Yi Chen saw an initial grade sword saint leaving dejectedly. Clearly, he had failed the challenge. In the Sword God Palace, initial grade sword saints were the least numerous. This was because those who could become members of the Sword God Palace were all extremely talented and could quickly become intermediate grade sword saints. Of course, there were also some cases where some heaven-defying cultivators with extremely good aptitudes had the opportunity to join the Sword God Palace. As a result, they needed a long time to improve in the early stages. After all, there were very few people like Yi Chen. Not only was Yi Chen an initial grade sword saint as soon as he entered, but he also comprehended the law of complementation. It should be known that most high-grade sword saints, such as the Sweet Dew Sword Saint and the Shadowless Sword Saint, did not comprehend the law of complementation. After taking a deep breath, Yi Chen arrived at the first level of the Sword God Pagoda. Each level of the Sword God Pagoda was guarded by a puppet sword saint. If he wanted to pass through, he had to defeat the puppet sword saint. To Yi Chen, the puppet sword saint on the first level was too weak. With just a light strike, Yi Chen defeated it and arrived at the second level. After 10 minutes, Yi Chen passed the first level of the Sword God Pagoda. Ring. A sword ring rang out, and the Sword God Pagoda shone brightly. In the elementary Sword Saint Island region, many initial grade Sword Saints looked over from afar. Another person passed the 9th level. The 9th level is not very difficult. I have already made it to the 11th level. I wonder which level this person can reach. Most initial grade Sword Saints could make it to the 9th level. Hence, it was not surprising that people often passed the 9th level. One had to apply to enter the intermediate Sword Saint Island region. 3 days later, Yi Chen was allowed to enter the intermediate Sword Saint Island region. Yi Chen walked in front of the second Sword God Pagoda. He was allowed to pass through the first 9 levels. The 10th level, the 11th level, the 12th level. Yi Chen passed all the way to the 13th level in one go. Although the Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint had comprehended 15 types of divine arts, his overall strength was not much stronger than Yi Chen. This was because the Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint had only comprehended 2 types of divine arts. They were the divine arts of water and divine arts of fire. When he reached the 13th level, Yi Chen was finally stalled. Even after activating the 5 elemental divine arts, he was still unable to defeat the Puppet Sword Saint. The Puppet Sword Saint's attack was only slightly weaker than Yi Chen when he went all out, and Yi Chen's 5 elemental divine arts could not be sustained for long. Pooh! After dispersing the 5 elemental divine arts, Yi Chen was sent flying by the Puppet Sword Saint. He failed to pass the 13th level. A total of 499,500 contribution points. A satisfied smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. It was already very good to have such a result on his first time in the Sword God Pagoda. The contribution points were also sufficient to exchange for 1 or 2 of the 4 elementary Sword Dao Divine inscription diagrams. The first elementary Sword Dao Divine inscription diagram required 100,000 contribution points, the second 200,000 contribution points, the third 300,000 contribution points, the fourth 1,000,000 contribution points, so on and so forth. Back then, the elementary Sword Dao Divine inscription diagram that Yi Chen comprehended was not bad. It was the 5th one. After considering for a moment, Yi Chen decided to exchange for the first elementary Sword Dao Divine inscription diagram. Everything had to be done from the beginning. It was not a good habit to bite off more than one could chew. Only with a solid foundation would one be able to comprehend divine arts faster and faster. The first elementary Sword Dao Divine inscription diagram required 100,000 contribution points. There were still slightly over 300,000 left. Yi Chen was not in a hurry to use them. He wanted to comprehend the first Sword Dao Divine inscription diagram first. Chapter 1467. The first beginner sword pattern was a few clouds. Above the clouds there was nothing, and the space below the clouds was shrinking rapidly. Looking at this picture, Yi Chen could not help but feel a sense of pride and heroism. As expected of a sword pattern, it can even affect my mood. Yi Chen couldn't help but think. Time passed slowly. Yi Chen spent most of his time comprehending the first beginner Sword Dao pattern. The rest of his time was spent drinking with the Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint or going out for a walk. Occasionally, he would use the God Transfer Array to go to the ancient Fragrance Castle and the Beast God Valley. Of course, using the God Transfer Array would cost him 10,000 contribution points. It was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. If he used it frequently, it would be quite a burden. Green Lotus Sword Saint, Green Lotus Sword Saint. Today, Sword Saint Danyan came to Green Lotus Island. Sword Saint Danyan, what's up? Yi Chen walked out of the palace. Sword Saint Danyan laughed. I'm here to say goodbye. I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other often in the future. Hearing this, Yichen glanced at Sword Saint Danyan. You've become an intermediate sword saint, no wonder. Since intermediate sword saints lived on the islands, they wouldn't be able to see each other often. I was lucky. After I perfected the beginner technique, Sword Chidanxia, I felt like I was about to break through. I've been stuck at this level for millions of years. Sword Saint Danyan was happy and emotional. He was different from Yichen. When he joined the Sword God Palace, he was just a heaven-defying cultivator. Now he was already an intermediate sword saint. His strength was comparable to ordinary demigods. No matter what, congratulations. Yichen clasped his hands and congratulated. Sword Saint Danyan laughed. I hope you can become an intermediate sword saint as soon as possible. At that time, we'll be able to meet each other often. Thank you. I hope so. Yichen had more opportunities than Sword Saint Danyan, but he wasn't sure if he could become an intermediate sword saint in a short period of time. He could only take one step at a time and let nature take its course. The two of them stayed together for a few days. After that, Sword Saint Danyan moved to the intermediate Sword Saint Island. Day after day, year after year, Yichen had been in the Heaven Domain's Sword God Palace for 45,000 years. He had also been comprehending the first elementary Sword Tao Divine rune diagram for 20,000 years. Success! According to the first beginner-level Sword Tao Divine vein diagram, Yichen comprehended a new beginner-level divine technique, soaring clouds. The moment he comprehended Lingyan, something strange happened to Yichen's body. His golden martial arts primordial spirit emerged from his body and burst forth with an eternal golden light. His body floated up involuntarily like a god. At this moment, Yichen naturally advanced to become an intermediate-level sword saint. The god blood in his body was constantly being refined and consumed, nourishing his martial Yuan soul. Intermediate sword saints were the most common group in the Sword God Palace. Without a fortuitous encounter, it was impossible to advance to advanced sword saint in hundreds of millions of years. Not everyone could obtain divine blood, and not everyone could use divine blood to break through to advanced sword saint. Most people could only use the long years to temper themselves and slowly improve. Green Lotus Sword Saint, why did you come to the intermediate Sword Saint Island region? Wait, you've already become an intermediate level sword saint? Damn, this is too exaggerated. How long has it been? Seeing Yichen again, Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint was astonished. Yichen smiled. I've reached the critical point for a long time. Recently, I comprehended a divine technique and naturally broke through. To a demigod, 15,000 years could only be considered a short period of time. That's right, you are different from us. You've already established your foundation in the primal chaos battlefield. Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint quickly accepted this fact. Sometimes comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Fortuitous encounters were the same. You haven't attempted the Sword God Pagoda yet, right? Hurry up and try. I've already passed the 16th level. Not bad, right? The Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint had a smug look on his face. Passing through the 14th to the 16th level had given him more than 5 million contribution points. This was more than all the contribution points he had accumulated in the past combined. There was nothing he could do about it. The stronger he was, the more contribution points he would get, and the more contribution points he would get. For example, the Ultimate Sword Saints group had contribution points in the hundreds of millions. A few million was nothing to them. Not bad. I'll go challenge the Sword God Pagoda then. Before this, Yichen had already chosen the island to stay on. Now he came to greet Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint. Without any surprises, Yichen passed the 13th level of the Sword God Pagoda. The higher one's cultivation, the more powerful the divine technique would be. The Sword Saint puppet on the 13th level couldn't even withstand 3 strikes from Yichen. It was a world of difference from the first time he challenged the Sword God Pagoda. Soon he passed the 14th level as well. Level 15. So powerful. Yi Chen used all his strength, but still couldn't defeat the sword saint puppet on the 14th level. He could only slightly suppress it. Usually, a victor wouldn't be determined in such a situation. If it was a battle of attrition, Yi Chen might not be able to defeat the sword saint puppet. The opponent was a puppet and could endlessly obtain energy from the sword god pagoda. Left with no choice, Yi Chen left the sword god pagoda. He couldn't pass the 15th level. Luckily, he had a lot of contribution points. He obtained another one, 2 million contribution points. Adding the contribution points from before, he had 5 million contribution points. With so many contribution points in hand, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't hide them. He exchanged for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th level divine pattern diagrams, spending 900,000 contribution points. I still don't have enough contribution points and divine stones. Otherwise, I could get more 4-star Sky Saint treasured swords and upgrade the firmament sword to 5 or 6 stars. The Sword God Palace had all kinds of Earth Saint treasured swords. However, Sky Saint treasured swords couldn't be exchanged because everyone needed Sky Saint treasured swords. Of course, everyone needed Earth Saint treasured swords even more. Sky Saint treasured swords were ultimately Earth Saint treasured swords. The reason why there were so many Earth Saint treasured swords was because the Sword God Palace had a sword forging divine tool. This sword forging divine tool could unceasingly forge Earth Saint treasured swords. Currently, Yi Chen had close to 300 divine stones. If he was lucky, he might be able to upgrade the firmament sword to a 5-star Sky Saint treasure. However, this was too risky. For Sky Saint treasured swords, the failure rate would be much higher with every star. If he failed, if he was lucky, he would only damage the origin of the sword. If he was unlucky, the Sky Saint treasured sword would directly explode. Yi Chen gave up on this idea. For the 2nd elementary Sword Dao Divine pattern diagram, Yi Chen spent 21,000 years to comprehend a divine technique. For the 3rd elementary Sword Dao Divine pattern, he spent 23,000 years. For the 4th elementary Sword Dao Divine pattern diagram, he spent 23,000 years to comprehend a divine technique. So far, Yi Chen had comprehended a total of 5 divine techniques. Among them, the most powerful one was still Drifting Blood. After all, Drifting Blood was a divine technique comprehended from the 5th elementary Sword Dao Divine pattern diagram. Green Lotus Sword Saint, let's go to Sword Heart Island together. During these years, Scarlet Cloud, Sword Saint, had already formed a habit. Every time he went to Sword Heart Island, he would drag Yi Chen along. There was a stone tablet on Sword Heart Island. On the stone tablet was the word sword, personally written by the sword god. The word sword in the Sword God Palace on the Scarlet Continent was merely a projection. The word sword, written by the sword god, was extremely profound, but correspondingly, it was also very powerful. Ordinary elementary sword saints wouldn't be able to enter Sword Heart Island. Although Yi Chen and Scarlet Cloud Sword Saint could enter, they couldn't stay for too long. They weren't able to endure the power of the word for too long. Other than that, after leaving Sword Heart Island, it would take a very long time before they could return. The power of the word would remain in their bodies for a very long time. Entering Sword Heart Island without waiting for it to dissipate would be an extremely foolish act.